Good morning. This is Adam Hand for the record, and welcome to the State Public Works Board meeting this morning. We'll call it to order. This is the time and the place of the State Public Works Board meeting. It is August 24th and 9 a.m. And welcome, and I think we'll go right to a roll call.
Chairman Adam Hand.
Present.
Member Clint Bentley. Present. Member Tito DeBerti. Member Kevin Lewis. Present. Member and Director of Department of Administration Laura Freed.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Member Hand for the record. I saw Susan, she was going to give me the nudge on remember to do that. The next item on our agenda is public comment. And do we have any public comment this morning? Oh, doesn't look like it. Great. Thank you. Then the next item on our agenda for possible action is acceptance and approval of the Public Works Board meeting minutes from October 16th, 2020. And do we have a motion for that?
I move approval of the minutes from October 16th, 2020.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or revisions that need to be made? I think there's a couple items.
This is Susan Stewart for the record, Construction Law Council. I just would perhaps amend the motion to accept the minutes as revised in the action item.
All right, I'll amend the motion to approve the minutes from October 16th, 2020 as revised.
Second.
Great. Any other discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And any abstaining? Not. Well, then the motion passes as presented. And with that, we go to item 4 on the agenda, and this is preliminary considerations, and it's going to be an overview of the prioritization criteria that's used. And I believe, Kent, you're going to cover that?
Kent Lefevre for the record. First of all, I'd like to give everyone kind of a 30,000-foot overview about where we are right now with the CIP. We received in April 1st of 2022, 720 agency requests. 624 of those were assigned to project managers for estimation. The difference between the 720 and the 624 are several reasons. They were either duplicates from a prior year, or we had already done those, or they were withdrawn from the agency didn't need them anymore. So in the book that you have before you, we have over the past, we've accepted and adopted a criteria to prioritize projects, and I'd like to just review that briefly with the board. First of all, for maintenance projects, we have first and foremost legal requirements, and that includes ADA or court orders, code and life safety violations, seismic concerns. And then the next criteria is project continuations, and what that is projects that are in the pipeline already that have been designed during this biennium or a previous one. And then we have the third criteria of deferred maintenance, which is broken down as follows: essential government facilities, including institutional governance, public safety, the National Guard, forestry, agriculture, and the DMV. And then statewide programs. Other facilities include agriculture that isn't food related, Division of Forestry, Administration, Department of Wildlife, parks, museums, and higher education. Not last but not least, historic preservation. So those are the kind of guiding criteria for M projects. Now I would like to go through the criteria for C projects, and this would include, and so just to clarify, M projects are maintenance projects that are designed and built in the same biennium, basically. C projects are projects that are, the planning is done, or it's a small project and the planning can be done during the biennium and the construction can be done during that biennium. So this C project list is essential government facilities, including institutional, governance, public safety, Nevada National Guard, Division of Forestry, Agriculture, and Department of Motor Vehicles. Other facilities include agriculture, Division of Forestry, Administration, Department of Wildlife, Veterans, Museums, Parks, and Higher Education. So other considerations that modify these priorities is anything that is mandated by law or life safety related. Sometimes fixtures, furnishings, and equipments are funded in a subsequent CIP because you don't need those items until the next CIP. Commitments from the legislature from prior sessions, whether the asset is owned or leased. And there's also a consideration of percentage of non-state funding. So we have several agencies that are bringing money to the table with their projects, and that is certainly considered. The other thing that may come up during the discussions over the next couple of days is the Facility Condition Needs Index. And what that is a ratio of the cost to replace the facility versus the cost to repair one. We have a good example of that tomorrow with the Blazdale Building. Is there any questions on that from the committee, from the board? Okay.
Member hand for the record. Member hand for the record. Ken, have there been any changes in the prioritization since the last CIP?
Kent Lefevre for the record. No, there have not. It's the same prioritization.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'd like to go through a couple of other items. Due to audit recommendations, we have modified the CIP agency request as follows. We have been adding office space planning questions to the CIP this biennium. And the reason for that is so that we can get a handle on what office space is being used by agencies, whether it's owned or leased, and whether it can be consolidated within an agency or shared with other agencies or taken off the inventory altogether. So these three questions have been added to the CIP application. Potential lease space or office space consideration. Is there lease space at another facility that could be relocated, or that this facility could be relocated to? And when does that lease expire? And does the identified lease space meet the agency needs? How many years of future growth does the lease space accommodate? And a question, kind of an essay question, describe what would be the needed to relocate into this space, including special accommodations for the agency. So that's one question. And the next question would be potential state-owned office space consolidation. Is there office space at other state-owned facilities that could be consolidated? Does the identified state-owned space meet agency needs? And describe what would be needed to relocate this state-owned space, including special accommodations for the agency. So those are basically identical questions to the previous. One is lease space, which is buying lease space or renting lease space outside of the state system. And the other is internal to the state. And then the last question we've asked agencies is to describe the long-term goals for this facility. How long do you plan to occupy, or do you have future projects for that facility, or any other information that could help make a decision on current and future needs for the given lease space? Any questions on that? Hearing none. We are currently working on a master plan for the city of Carson, particularly relative to this question of lease space and rented space. So I will tell you, as of 2022, this year, the state of Nevada leases approximately 700,000 square feet of office space in and around the Carson City area. This represents approximately 60,000 or 60% of the state's office needs. So that's quite a chunk of office space, if you think about it. The last thing that I would like to discuss is the Public Works vision statement for moving forward. We have before you, and tomorrow you'll hear about it during the administration piece, we have several office towers to present to the board. And the reason why we're doing that is so that, number one, we can consolidate office space within the state and make room for new developments here on the campus. Some of these buildings on the campus are worn out and past their useful life. The one that highlights or sticks out the most is the Blazdale Building, which is right through that window over there. That building was built in 1957, and we recently received a letter from the fire marshal insisting that we put sprinklers in that building. But one of the problems with doing that is that it affects so many other systems. If you do fire sprinklers in that building, you're ripping out the ceilings, the lights, fire alarm, the walls, and so many other components, the mechanical system. And so we looked at the cost to replace that building as opposed to the cost of fixing it based on the fire marshal's requirements. And it's sitting right at $20 million to fix that building, to answer this fire marshal question. So we can talk about that more tomorrow, but I just wanted to put that on the radar. So the goal is, the vision is to take that building down out of service, raise it, relocate those tenants to the library building or the Icon building, and moving tenants from those other two places down the road. For example, Public Works and Buildings and Grounds would propose a building down on 5th and Stewart for operations, for maintenance and professional services there. Also, as part of the vision, this includes Las Vegas, and we would propose that a new office tower be constructed in the Grant Sawyer office complex so that we can move critical tenants, elected officials like the governor and secretary of state, into that office building while we refurbish the Grant Sawyer office building as a whole. Any questions? I'll be happy to answer. Hearing none.
Actually, member Hanford, I'm curious. I'm curious if there's some target of rented to owned space that y'all are targeting, some number that you're targeting.
Kent Lefevre for the record. That's a very good question. We'd like to capture all of the 700,000 square feet of private space into state-owned rented space, but that's going to take time. What we have in mind is building a new building over here where the existing Icon building was raised, which will allow roughly 100,000 square feet of office space. So we'll be kind of chipping away at it over time, but I think this will be a really good first step in winnowing down the 700,000 square feet of lease space.
Thank you.
And that concludes my presentation.
This is Laura Freed for the record. Can you refresh the board's memory about how much lease space the state has in southern Nevada? Because I think it's way more than 700,000 square feet, is it not?
Kent LaFever for the record. I believe it's right around 1 million square feet in Las
Okay.
Vegas.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, then that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Member Hand for the record. Thank you, Kent. And looks like the next item on our agenda for possible action is the agency presentation to the 2023 CIP request to the board. And I think that will take the better part of the rest of today. And we have the police officer standards and trainings up first.
Kent LaFever for the record. While they're prepping here, each of the board members have received a binder called Agency Presentations, and this is queued up in order of presentations with each tab as a separate agency. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Mike Sherlock. I'm the Executive Director of the Commission on Peace Officers and Standards. Hopefully we'll be fairly quick this morning. I just want to remind the board that this entire project was approved back in 2007, I believe. And since that time, we've been back every biennium trying to get it back on board. So at this point, we're asking for a small portion of it. But again, I just want to reiterate that the board saw the critical need back then. That need has not lessened in any way. If anything, as you know, the state's grown, and it's just as critical today as it was back in 2007 when it was originally approved. So I'm going to pass this over to our Deputy Director, Chris Carter, to kind of run through what we're looking at for the project this go around.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Chris Carter, Deputy Director, Nevada Peace Officer Standards and Training. Couple of slides that we'll go through, just some general information. We received funding, as Director Sherlock said, back in 2007. The need for emergency vehicle operations training has been ever increasing. We run at the Stewart facility in South Carson a basic peace officer training academy, and we have students or peace officer trainees that attend from mostly rural agencies throughout the state. Between 2008 up till 2019, we were able to utilize a parking facility maintained by Carson City Parks. It was not 100% adequate, but we were able to get the job done as far as providing training for our peace officer cadets. In 2019, that facility became unavailable, and we were unable to find any other place to conduct the training. So as such, we've now had to move that training up to the Northern Nevada Regional Training Center in North Reno. Certainly logistically, it now costs more, it takes more time, and scheduling is a very big challenge. We have to schedule up to a year in advance to get into that facility. A little bit of background just in terms of what we use the facility for is basic peace officer training. There are 40 hours of emergency vehicle operations training is required. But I would also point out that in 2021, there were over 160 bills that were introduced that addressed peace officers and peace officer training. One of those bills would have required ongoing annual recertification for emergency vehicle operations. We talk about the amount of training that goes into a law enforcement officer's career in critical areas. For example, we'll talk about use of force. Officers spend a tremendous amount of time training in the area of use of force. But statistically speaking, officers actually use force in the field less than 1% of the time when they're contacting people. In comparison, peace officers spend 8, 10, or more hours a day behind the wheel of a car. So the legislature obviously has recognized the need for ongoing emergency vehicle operations training. Currently, 21 states in the United States have annual recertification requirements. So I think that we're seeing that trend move, and Nevada follow along behind. So just kind of explain the critical need for that training. Next slide, please, sir. So this is just a map that would show you where that facility would be located. As I said, we operate our basic academy, and our headquarters is South Carson at the Stewart facility. We would be able to construct the track, this training facility, right next to our academy, literally within walking distance. So we would be housing our training vehicles. Logistically, we could move from the classroom portion of this training, and within 15 minutes, the students could be on the track actually conducting the training. Next, please. So the finished project would include everything that you see on this list. We'd have 2 classrooms, covered parking. It would be secure. We have electric, water service. So it would function as a full independent training facility. The reason that that's important is because I would want the board to know that our research has indicated that peace officers are not the only ones that would have a need for this facility. Emergency vehicle operations includes fire service, ambulance. The regional training center up in Reno conducts teen driver awareness. Again, that facility, we have to schedule that a year in advance because it is constantly being used. So we would see that if this facility were to be constructed, it would be the same thing. There would be a constant use by not only public safety personnel, but even perhaps private entities that are looking to do training for their drivers, taxi cabs, school buses, you know, whatever might be the need. One thing I would point out is that, as Director Sherlock said, we're asking simply for an amount of money to refresh our plans. The time frame, the 14 years that's elapsed since when the project was initially approved and we lost the funding till now, all our infrastructure planning, measurements, permits, all those things have expired. They're no longer usable. So we have to start over from scratch to get those documents refreshed and updated before we could move forward with funding. So that's the amount of money that we're asking for today, is simply to refresh those plans and get the project ready to move forward if and when we receive funding. If you look at the list, you'll notice that we have the potential to do this in phases if necessary. The most ideal situation would be to have it fully funded and to go from breaking ground to full construction in a single event. But we do have the opportunity to look at this and say, hey, we can do certain phases. We could lay out the track first, start conducting the training, because we do have classrooms that are close to the facility at Stewart. The next phase might be to add the classrooms, eventually the water and power and the fencing. So again, we're looking at this and trying to be as practical as we can. Next, please. Yeah, so first thing that we have to do is we've got to update the documents, and that's why we're here today. Next. I think it's fair to say that all of us are aware that peace officer training has been more in the spotlight in the last couple of years than ever before. As Director Sherlock said, the need to conduct this training has not diminished. If anything, it's increased. So there is a bit of an urgency to us wanting to get this done. If the legislature were to introduce a bill and it were to pass that required ongoing driver's training, these small rural agencies that would be required to conduct that training literally have no options. They don't have the budget for it, nor do they have the facilities. So for Nevada Post to be able to have this facility, it would provide a great opportunity for them to be in compliance with requirements without breaking the bank. Next, please. So as I said earlier, it's not limited to just law enforcement. The other thing that I think it's important to note is that these facilities throughout the United States, maintained by police academies or law enforcement agencies, they can be used and they are used to generate revenue. So once the facility was constructed, we believe that the ongoing maintenance could be paid for by fees that we would charge entities perhaps outside the law enforcement arena to utilize the facility. I'm familiar with a training facility in San Bernardino, California, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. In 2018, that facility, I think, took in excess of $7 million in revenue. So it more than pays for itself once it's constructed. That's next. Any questions relative to what I presented so far?
How much money is this?
Roughly $839,000 is what we're asking for to update the plans. I would note that the facility itself, when it was funded in 2007, was at a little over $3 million. Currently, it's estimated at right at $7 million. So the price keeps going up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Bentley, is this the only training facility in the state?
No, sir. There is a facility in the south. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has a training facility that's utilized by agencies in the south. There is the Northern Nevada Regional Center in Reno, approximately probably 45 miles from our facility. And again, we are fortunate enough right now that we are able to use that facility. We pay a fee, and of course, because the parking lot that we were using became unavailable, we now had to go up to Reno to conduct that training, and we weren't budgeted for it. So it caused a little bit of a budget issue with us getting up there, but they are allowing us to use it. Our issue is scheduling a year in advance, and if something happens where the schedule gets off kilter, it has the potential to set our entire academy class back. That's a big financial impact to the agencies that come to use our academy. But the Northern Nevada Regional Training Center is the only other facility in the north. So I won't repeat myself over and over. It's like talking to my teenage daughter. In the handout, there are some photographs and just some general information that support what we're asking for and the things that we've talked about here today. If you haven't had a chance to review those, you certainly can reach out to myself or Director Sherlock with any additional questions. But just in closing, I see the need. I think that the legislature sees the need, and I think in the next session, you'll probably see many more bills introduced that deal with peace officers and peace officer training. So it'd be very nice if we could at least refresh the plans so that hopefully when funding does become available, we can move quickly and start construction.
How long does it look like it would take to refresh the plans?
And I might direct that question more towards the capital improvement folks. I think from groundbreaking to full construction, they estimated at about 15 months. I think the actual refreshing of the plans could probably be done within a biennium.
Kent Lefevre for the record, yes, it would take about a biennium, 2 years to refresh those plans.
Anything else, boss? Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
By tomorrow afternoon, I'll have that button figured out. So, looks like next up on the agenda is tourism and cultural affairs. Member hand for the record. If you could introduce yourselves as you get started, we'd appreciate that. Yes, please. It'll turn red and yeah.
Good morning, board members. I'm Brenda Scalari. I'm the Director of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. And with me is Myron Friedman. He's the Administrator of the Division of Museums and History.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Myron Friedman with the Division of Museums and History for the record. I'm the administrator, and I'll walk through the CIP request this year. The Division of Museums and History has a mission. The Division of Museums and History preserves, shares, and promotes the understanding and celebration of Nevada's natural and cultural heritage for the enrichment of all generations. We have 7 state museums. We have served almost 1 million people in the last 6 years. And considering the impact of the pandemic during that time, certainly it would have been well over 1 million. We have 39 buildings and structures. Right now we're looking at $40 million in estimated repair costs over the next 10 years, $57 million in critical improvements, and then I will briefly go over the $48 million expansion for the Boulder City Railroad Museum. So our current immediate need is $62 million in maintenance and improvements. I'll start with the Nevada State Museum in Carson City. This is page 4, and it's Public Works number 23166. Oh, sorry. 23166. This is for upgrade and repair of failed alarm systems, the fire and the intrusion alarm, and the upgrade of electrical systems. The current fire system has several problems. One of the key problems is the annunciators, which have failed completely on the outside of the building. That means there's no information for the responding fire department, as in location of the fire. And the system is completely outdated. It's over 15 years old. Parts cannot be found for it anymore. The burglar system is in a similar situation, failing hardware. We're actually getting ghost alarms, which means that the system is not properly recognizing the signals. And it has a bad motherboard, which means it can't be reprogrammed to connect to all of the alarm devices. And again, there are no parts available for this. The electrical system, you'll see in one of the images I provided, the one with the carpet and the little yellow circles, those are burn marks in the carpet from arcing coming from some of the track lighting. So we need replacement of that system as well. Now, shall I just proceed through these, or will you stop me for questions?
Please, board members, if you have questions at the end of each one, please ask them. So, do we have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, member Kevin Lewis, I was going to ask, do you have a cost on that?
Yes, it's the cost from State Public Works is $1.4 million. Next up is the Nevada Historical Society. Now, if you'll recall, the Nevada Historical Society was slated to move into a new building, the Warren Nelson Building. As the pandemic hit and the fiscal crisis took hold, those plans were scuttled, and so we are now remaining in the building on the UNR campus. This building is in need of a great deal of work that has to be addressed to have it continue its mission and function as both a repository of irreplaceable artifacts and a public venue for exhibits and programs. So the upgrade for security, fire and life safety and electrical systems, estimated by State Public Works at $1.9 million, is to install new systems in these areas, to renovate them, and to upgrade the electrical as well. The fire system, for example, has a pump that is undersized and fails, which doesn't keep the lines pressurized. And there's a fire door that has to be replaced that goes into the event room that won't close at all. The security, really the facility is undersecured. It doesn't have exterior security cameras. It's very vulnerable at this point, and there's a door that can be easily breached in the front. The panel is outdated. It needs major motion detectors throughout the building, and there's no secondary recording system in place. And again, no outside cameras. The electrical, and you'll see the image there of some of these systems being jury-rigged over the years. It's difficult to update the other utilities coming into the building because of the state of the electrical system. It really needs to be upgraded to accommodate all of those, any of the new utilities that require power. And in some cases, there's not enough clearance around breaker panels, so they will have to be relocated. And many of the outlets in the building are simply not working. Any questions on the Historical Society?
This is Laura Freed for the record. Mr. Friedman, can you talk both with the Nevada State Museum project and the Historical Society in Reno? The burn marks on the carpet are concerning. Can you talk about whether you've had fires and had break-ins as a result of these failing systems?
We have not had fires or break-ins per se, just the arcing. So we're trying to obviously mitigate these things before there is a disaster. And the systems, again, are decades old, so it's time. Moving on to the next project is, again, the Historical Society. This is to add high-density storage. Again, we're continuing in the same building on the campus of UNR. The stacks are full, the aisles have carts in them full of artifacts. They're piled up high on top of the shelves, which is not good for a variety of things, including the fire system, for example, for the sprinklers to do their job properly. So we have to pull those down, put them in the aisles, put them where we can. This would put in a high-density system, the kinds that have the rolling cabinets to make maximum use of floor space in that building. Any questions for that project? Again, that's a $1 million project, State Public Works estimate. Continuing on, this is the East Ely Railroad Depot Museum. This is a thoroughly exciting project we've been working on now for a few months. We received the bond funding to actually do the construction drawings. So this project will be shovel-ready next year. We've met with the community out there to get their input into what they would like to see into the restored freight building. This is this is the oldest building on the property. It predates the depot. The depot is 1907. It's a building that the state has already invested millions of dollars in to renovate it and make it into a showpiece on the side of the Nevada Northern Railway. The freight building is a large building, and the community sees an opportunity for events and meetings. It's used that way now, but it cannot be used year-round because of the harsh climate out there. It's not insulated, it does not have fire suppression, it doesn't have enough bathrooms. This is a project that will completely renovate this building into just an absolutely wonderful center for the community. So what we're asking for here is $7.7 million, and this will cover the cost of the construction related to these renovations of the building. Any questions on our Ely Freight Building? Has anybody visited the Ely Freight Building? Well, next time you're in Ely, you have to take a tour. It's an absolutely fantastic building. In Las Vegas at the State Museum, this is a request for $437,000 to completely revamp their AV system. They have AV throughout the galleries. If you've been to the exhibits down there, it's a fantastic, immersive exhibit that was put in, installed in 2008 originally. And they also have systems in some of the meeting rooms, and they don't have systems in some of the meeting rooms. So this project would revitalize all of those systems so that when you go into the gallery, you're no longer looking at a dark screen, or you're no longer going up to a module and keying in something and you can't key anything in. They're all dead right now because the equipment is outdated. They've replaced it over the years. They can no longer replace that equipment. Any questions on the Las Vegas project?
Tito Tiberti for the record. Where is this museum located in Las Vegas?
It's on the grounds of the Springs Preserve.
Thank you.
Back to the Nevada Historical Society, as I mentioned, we really need to take care of this building now that it's continuing to be the home of the Historical Society. This is for a seismic retrofit and exterior renovation. We have severe issues with this building where the water has seeped down between the stucco and the concrete, and so now it's actually separating away from the building. State Public Works came out to do a facility assessment of the building, and this was one of their strong recommendations for $1.2 million to upgrade the existing structure so it can withstand seismic events and to preserve it from intrusion of water and weather.
Mr. Chairman, may I? This is Laura Freed for the record. This is for Public Works staff. Is this the first time this project has been requested in the CIP? Okay, thank you. That would be a yes from, from Public Works staff.
Myron Friedman for the record, continuing on. Back in Ely with the East Ely Railroad Depot Museum, this is the depot building. I've just mentioned the freight building. This is the 1907 depot building. Again, a building the state has invested in heavily to restore years ago. We're coming back today asking $2 million to do a seismic retrofit and a stabilization of the foundation. And you have to appreciate that this building is sitting on a pile of rocks. That was the foundation they used back in the day. And it's sinking and it's cracking. We've got undulating floors. We've got windows that are not fitting properly in their frames. But most of all, we're just afraid of a collapse. And so the staff has, through the years, gone underneath the building and put up some major shoring, which is in place today. You can see sort of a picture there of some of the shoring that is in the basement of that building. And you can see the original stones that are holding it up. So we're asking for this to be taken care of in this budget cycle. Any questions? Continuing on, now we're back in Carson City, the Nevada State Railroad Museum in Carson City. They had a flood event in 2017, and you can see a picture there where it absolutely inundated the property. It wiped out a lot of the material that is supporting rail tracks and road beds. And so this is a $2 million request to provide some stability, go through and re-engineer some of the access roads and bring that back up to a safe standard. Continuing on. In Las Vegas, we have a fantastic freight elevator. All of you would be impressed to walk out and see this magnificent, gigantic freight elevator that can take automobiles up and down between floors. We can get them into galleries. Let me rephrase that. We used to be able to get them into the galleries. This freight elevator is not working. It has a bent shaft, and that's been causing some leaking. I don't have all of the specifics on the mechanics here, but they're unable to use the elevator right now. So this is a $143,000 request to allow that museum to move artifacts again in between floors. Traveling a little bit further out to Boulder City, this is the Nevada State Railroad Museum in Boulder City. This is a long overdue need to replace ties and tracks out there, mainly ties. They have 4.5 miles of track on the property. The replacement will meet or exceed what's called FRA standards and the Nevada Public Utilities Commission standards. This is a stretch of track that goes from Yucca Street all the way out to the overpass. This is a tourist railroad operation, so the revenues generated by the programs actually fund everything at that, half of everything at that site, including staffing. The tracks there are over 100 years old, and as you can see in the picture, they are in need of attention. Currently does not meet safety standards. Continuing on. The Lost City Museum, I hope everybody's had a chance to visit the Lost City Museum. It's really a Nevada gem. This is asking for $1.1 million to fix an issue we've had out there for a number of years. What happened is there used to be an irrigation ditch, and the irrigation ditch was filled in by the water authority. And so now when it rains, and of course, yes, Nevada is dry, but as we know, down south, they get monsoon conditions, and when that happens, the lower parking lot, which is where the large vehicles are parked. So if you're traveling through Nevada and you just went to Valley of Fire, you've got your big camper trailer with you, and you go up to see the Lost City Museum, you need to park in this lower lot. But if it's flooded, you're not going to do that. In addition to that, in the pictures I provided, it may be a little hard to see, but you can see the bottoms of the buildings there. They're completely soaked and are deteriorating, and that is from these flood events they have down there. So this is to mitigate that issue. In Carson City, this is a project that's been before this board before. This is a $27 million ask to build a new collection center out at Indian Hills. We have a 10-acre site out there. Since the 1980s, we've had a 15,000 square foot building to hold basically all of the materials in the collection with the exception of what's stored at the museum. And it's completely full. So this is an existential problem for Nevada heritage. Where are we putting the future collecting of Nevada heritage? Also, we have a program called the CRM. This is where any project done on state lands, whether it's BLM or our own lands, it's in statute to retain 50% of those materials. So if there are mining projects, road projects, any kind of earth-moving project, and they discover historic materials, when they are excavated, they come to this facility. We have a little bit of room now for the CRM. There was a small addition put on the building. That's just for the CRM, these BLM and road construction projects. Everything else is just packed full. And so again, we need this building to continue our mission. It impacts not just the State Museum, but the Historical Society, the Railroad Museum. And again, we have curation agreements with some of these other agencies, and we cannot continue that business without creating this center. Now, we did have a previous project that actually did all the schematic planning for this center. So all of that work was done in 2018, and so we're coming back now to do the construction drawings and the construction. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman. This is Laura Food for the record. I saw we have, this is for the public works staff, I believe. We have two projects dealing with Indian Hills in our binder. We've got this one, and then we've got HVAC system renovation. Board members, if you look on page 52, that's where the estimate is. Can you talk a little bit about the overlap? Is the HVAC system renovation designed to sort of buy time until such time as construction funding might be available for Indian Hills, or?
May I, Myron Freeman for the record?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. Well, when we build the new building, we're not tearing down the old building.
Oh, okay.
And so this will continue to upgrade that building to be appropriate for storing artifacts.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, if I may? Thank you. what, if any, kind of deterioration in the artifacts and antiquities that we house out at Indian Hills has happened as a result of the climate control not being right for those pieces?
The staff works hard to mitigate any kind of high swings in moisture and dryness. So they take pains to encase things properly. But what this would do is it would allow us to more easily control that environment. So they work hard to keep everything in there preserved properly, but they could use this as a very helpful addition to that building, not to mention the staff that have to work inside the building. Myron Friedman for the record. Back in Carson City at the Railroad Museum, this is a $1.5 million request to update their site security, actually to put in site security and site lighting. It's a large property. They don't have security around the property. They have had a break-in that led to an arson event. And so this is a request to mitigate that. Back in Overton, the Lost City Museum, this is a request for $575,000 to replace the flooring pretty much throughout the building. They have old cracked flooring running through the galleries in the linoleum and other materials. And then they have carpeting in other parts of the building that is so worn it's pulled back from the edges and caused trip hazards. Not to mention what we would like to see out there is no carpeting, which sort of holds on to dust and debris. We prefer to have all of that, some kind of a hard flooring. In East Ely, this is another project that's been before you. It's a upgrade of the windows and the heaters, and basically going through the building to make sure it's energy efficient. Right now, the wind whistles through the cracks between the windows and the walls. We get snow coming in. The windows were put in the 1970s. You can imagine what we're talking about here in terms of inefficiency. And if we're going to continue to preserve this building, this would be a very, very important step to take. This, along with the stabilization, would really make that building last for generations. Any questions? And once again, swinging back to Overton at the Lost City Museum, this would be for the construction of a storage building, a collection storage building, so $2.2 million. And there's a picture there of how they're currently storing things outside. This is not ideal. It's okay to store some of the sturdier materials, the stones and the rocks, things like that. But what has happened is inside the building, if you were to go back behind the galleries, you'd see that every nook and cranny of this facility is full of artifacts. And so what's happening is the staff is running out of room even to bring in an intern, to situate an intern to help out. So the collection storage building would be built in that area you were looking at off of that lower parking lot. So they would build it out there. So it would replace both, they have a storage building down there, again, not ideal, and then there's a shop. And so this building would take care of both of those things. It would redo the foundations so you'd no longer have this rotting problem. But hopefully the two projects in combination would make an ideal situation for preserving the artifacts properly down there. Any questions? The next slides are the statewide program. I'd just like to make you familiar with some of the needs out there. We have ADA compliance needs at the Historical Society, which has a crumbling ramp and a door situation that doesn't allow someone to actually come in without assistance. We have at the State Museum in Boulder City, these improvements at Boulder City would allow people to come up and actually look inside some of the historic cars that are on display off the pavilion and put signage in. And these, while this will help those with disabilities, it will help everybody. So it's anybody that's in need of a little assistance for getting up high to see inside would benefit from this. And then at the Lost City Museum, they have an entry ramp slope. No, the Historical Society has the entry ramp slope where it's actually going the wrong direction. So when you roll up to the door, you roll back. At Lost City, they're going to rely, they have a door problem as well. Again, people roll up to the door, it's very heavy, they're not able to get in without assistance. So we have two kind of major door issues with ADA compliance at those sites. We need new roofing at the Historical Society in Reno, and at the State Museum in Carson City. And in the State Museum in Carson City, the roof we're replacing, if you're familiar with that facility, it's several buildings. This is the north building, and underneath that roof are the Dot-So-La-Lee baskets. This is the largest collection of Dot-So-La-Lee baskets in the world, and they're housed in a vault in that building, and we would like to make sure that that roof is replaced to ensure the safety of that and everything else. All of the anthropological materials are stored under that roof. At the Historical Society, they did have a recent leak this summer because of the rain event. Staff had to go in on an emergency basis and put up buckets to catch water, and we had damage to archival materials because it was happening in that part of the building. They dried those out, so they're taking care of them, but we don't want this to happen again. Fire suppression needs are required at the State Museum in Carson City. We have pressure gauges and air management devices that need to be upgraded. There's a couple of dry systems in the building there, and the compressors are kicking on frequently, which means that there's a constant loss of pressure for some reason. That needs to be replaced. We need all the heads inspected and possibly head and pipe replacement. We also need suppression at the Lost City Museum. It has no fire suppression in the museum. We need fire suppression at the East Ely Railroad Depot. It has no fire suppression. They have alarms, but they don't have any suppression in those buildings. This is the old one. I'd like to update you on a project that you, I'm sure, are interested in. This is the Boulder City expansion. We received bond funding to do the construction drawings, and we're in that process right now. And that was funded through the conservation bonds. And we expect to receive bond funding in 2023 for the construction dollars for that project. But it is a major capital improvement project. It's going to be in two phases. The first phase will cost roughly $23 million to build what we're designing right now. And then we will have a subsequent phase. We don't have a dollar amount on that yet, but I'm expecting it to be somewhere around $25 million. And that, if you're familiar with that site, you know it's a large site. And the phase 2 site would develop the other end of the property, which is actually most of the property. And it would put in needed sheds and another building for holding historic rolling stock. And then it would landscape the grounds and put in other activities for visitors. And it would have trails that would end up connecting to other outdoor experiences around the area. So while we are looking forward to the bond funding to take care of some of these things, you can see that it's going to continue to have a development process well beyond that. And so I'm sure we'll be back looking for CIP projects to help accomplish all of those goals as well. May I take any questions? Thank you.
let me apologize for the phone. I try to make sure every time I'm in a meeting, and this was an exception, so my apologies. I'm here today on behalf of the Division of Tourism, and I'm very proud to tell you a bit more about Nevada Adventure Centers. I am presenting these as together because really the intent and the mission of them are identical, even though the footprint of each project is slightly different based on location. Adventure Centers really sprung of a collaboration between the Division of Tourism and the Office of Outdoor Recreation. During the pandemic, we were more acutely aware of both the opportunities and the challenges related to being a state with 86% public land. We had such an influx of first-time outdoor recreation enthusiasts that some of the opportunities arose as well as the challenges, as I mentioned. We had records search and rescue during this time because people were out in the state without the adequate education and gear. So, you know, getting in trouble, not having the best possible experience necessarily. But this also pointed out to us the lack of infrastructure in the state. And we had already been assessing our opportunities in regard to building an outdoor recreation economy, especially in rural communities. As a result of that, the Division of Tourism made an application to the U.S. Department of Commerce EDA for American Rescue Plan Act funding, and we received a conditional award for Adventure Centers in the amount of $3.7 million, conditional based on the delivery of some preliminary engineering reports which were submitted with the help of Public Works earlier in the month. And the Tourism Commission has also committed $920,000 in matching funds to these projects. So the application is essentially for 2 adventure centers. Those are essentially visitor centers dedicated to the outdoor recreation experience in each region. One is located in Carson City on the Railway Museum property, which is assigned to the Division of Museums. And each of the adventure centers kind of comprised of container-based buildings along with shade structures. And the idea is to not only have state staff there to educate visitors and residents about conservation, stewardship matters, best practices when they're out in public land, but then also to give them a turnkey opportunity to engage with tour operators, outfitters, local experts who can kind of assess their skill level and help them have that outdoor recreation enjoyment in the best possible way and stay safe and conserve our public land for future generations. So hopefully a win-win in all areas. The other location is in Boulder City, just adjacent to the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce, very close to the Lake Mead recreation area. And it has comprised of the same set of components. And this as well would be kind of a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce who's on site. We already have a tour operator who is willing to take visitors from the Las Vegas Strip to the Adventure Center and not only enjoy all of the outdoor recreation available immediately on site, but as I said, engage with small businesses to sign up for tours, etc. The idea here is that over time, the footprint is much smaller related to tours taking groups of people out to enjoy activities than it is individuals in many different vehicles. These are some of the renderings. Though there were countless applicants for the federal funding, even applicants from Nevada, the strength of this project was based on the collaborative nature of it, and it's extremely future-focused. And I think it benefits tourism, it benefits conservation, outdoor recreation, it's a job creator. Here in the north, in Carson City, it's even an incubator in that there are fewer tour operators in existence. We hope to incentivize creating those businesses along with the Office of Outdoor Economic Development, and we've already contacted them about making that happen, which is very exciting. It's the Division of Tourism's hope, with help from our Destination Development Program funding, that other communities in the state can replicate these flagship facilities, perhaps a scaled-down version of this footprint, but there really is an opportunity in every rural community to take advantage of the outdoor recreation in the area and to build some infrastructure and create a revenue stream based on that. The project is supported and endorsed at every level. The governor's office endorsed it, our U.S. delegation endorsed it, the mayors of both of these communities have. We're already working with both of the tourism entities, which in this case is Visit Carson City here in town. And then, as I said, the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce acts as the tourism office in Boulder City. So we really do have a true collaboration, and all of those entities recognizing the importance of building an outdoor recreation economy in Nevada. Can I answer any questions?
Member Hand, for the record, I'm just curious about the flooding project that came up, and then we're talking about another building in Carson City on the same facility. So I don't know if this is necessarily for you, but maybe for Public Works, about how that would be handled.
Okay.
Kent Lefevre for the record. This proposed area is away from the ditch or the flooding area that we experienced. It's on the other side of the Railroad Museum area.
Member Hand, for the record, thank you.
If there are no more questions, I'd like to introduce Stacy Montooth, who is the director of the Nevada Indian Commission.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Stacy Montooth. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Indian Commission, and I'm a citizen of the Walker River Paiute Nation. First of all, I want to thank you all for your time this morning. As the decision makers of how our great state is going to spend its capital improvement funds, that is a huge, lofty, very important task. I'm here to talk about two projects that I believe you all are already aware of. However, I always want to take the opportunity to remind you of all the ongoing, exciting activities at the historic Stewart Indian School. Let me start by showing you a couple of pictures. I want to remind you all, too, that these potential projects at the historic Stewart Indian Boarding School are for buildings that are not in use. So that's very important as you prioritize your decisions. There are no outstanding safety issues. Again, they're not occupied, but as I'm sure you all know, that the best way to preserve buildings is to have activity in them. So if you will, let me show you this photo. The first is of what we affectionately call the old gym. The second photo is, there we go, is our auditorium. So during our 90-year history of the Stewart Indian Boarding School, the old gym served as a hub of activity for my ancestors, the students who attended the boarding school for over 90 years. Certainly, Considering it was a location of forced assimilation, our students found community, just like we do in 2022, right? Recreation, organized sports, you build friends, you build sound, strong bodies, and that is exactly what happened here. When we speak with our elders, often the old gym is one of the sites, the location on the campus with the fondest memories. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that. And this certainly the same can be said of our auditorium, right? The students were often at the auditorium when there were assemblies. That meant they weren't in a classroom. That usually meant some sort of assembly or entertainment. And again, fond memories are often spoken about at this location. These two buildings would, if they were to be restored, could offer so many opportunities for us, the Nevada Indian Commission, to supplement all the good work that is already being done. My predecessor, Sherry Rupert, has done feasibility studies. We know that the city of Reno, we know that the other Nevada agencies certainly could use a more moderate-sized auditorium as well as the gymnasium. Currently, there's no place on our 100-acre campus where you can have a meeting with over 100 people. It would be wonderful to have that kind of a option at the back of our campus. Preservation, not just of the physical buildings at the campus, but the preservation of Native American culture is extremely critical to all of our communities. So again, I want to remind you of these projects. I recognize that you have to prioritize and you have to carefully spend the taxpayer money. These two buildings do not meet the threshold of having to have any kind of construction due to law. They aren't in use, but certainly they would be a huge resource for what the Nevada Indian Commission already has happening at the campus. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Laura Freed for the record. So this is the third time the old gym rehab has been requested in the CIP. Is this the first time for the auditorium rehab?
Thank you. Stacy Montooth for the record, and I'm happy to lean into our Deputy Administrator, Mr. Lefevre. This is the second time it's been on the list. Anything else I can answer? Again, I appreciate your time and good luck. Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute recess.
sad if we just don't do it and there's nothing there.
No, that's, that is a catch-22.
Are you thinking about burials? I mean, I'm just one of the things about just being cremated and thrown out in the desert. I'm starting to think life's got to be more than, I have no museums, no nothing, no cemeteries. I just think it starts to really going to be shameful for a human being if we let this all go
I'll
on.
tell you what, history is becoming non-existent.
Yeah.
They are not teaching history. They're
Don't you
not-
think all this at the end of the day makes life just kind of a, I don't
Yes.
know. I think there's something.
Just, you're here and you're gone.
Yeah, I don't think we're good at that. I think all these people have these dope problems, and a lot of it, I think, is that there's no family, there's no culture, there's no burial, there's no this, there's no museum. I haven't been to some, I've been to a lot of them. We built that state museum, that's why I asked. That building's not that old, but we built the Springs Reserve, and then we did the museum job. But I thought, well, we should do it. It's not them say, well, there's 600,000 or $1 million. I thought if they spend $10 a piece, you can go through McDonald's for that. That'd be $10 million. But then I don't know what the staff cost and electric bills. It's really an interesting conundrum.
It is.
it's not often that we have public meetings and we get ahead of schedule, so. Yeah. So, member hand for the record, I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and reconvene, and we've got the Department of Agriculture up next, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and member of committees. For the record, Humayun Shapur, Administrator for Food and Nutrition Division. Today we are proposing a cold storage for our southern warehouse. We at the Nevada Department of Agriculture, okay, thank you. We at the Nevada Department of Agriculture manage 2 warehouses that store and distribute food to schools, community organizations, and tribal communities. One is a northern warehouse located in Reno that has cold storage, and the other one is in Las Vegas that doesn't have cold storage, and we are utilizing third-party contractors. Through the southern warehouse, we store and distribute food to school-age children, and also through commodity supplemental food program, which serves low-income seniors. So through this warehouse last year, on 2021, we served 2,000 seniors per month, and we served 5 million meals to school-age children, just through the southern warehouse. The southern warehouse contains 5,150 square feet of dry food storage space with no cold storage. And we currently leasing 2,250 cold storage space from Las Vegas Ice and Cold Storage for $68,000 a year. This arrangement poses challenges for NDA staff when they monitor inventory or order accuracy and tracking best if used by date. Some of the challenges that we have encountered is that since January 2021, we have lost over $24,000 worth of food to these 2 programs due to improper inventory rotation, which resulted in spoilage of food. And order pulled by cold storage usually often is incorrect or contains food that past the date of use, which causes delay in delivery to our partners. Our staff spend approximately 100 hours per year driving to and waiting at the facility, and we are putting about 1,000 miles on state's vehicles. This lack of control over food inventory makes it really difficult for us to ensure compliance with federal regulations, and it is time-consuming. We are requesting assistance from the State Public Works Division to develop on-site cold storage capacity at the same location as Southern Warehouse, which consists of an engineered concrete supporting 6 cold storage container. Container can serve as cooler or as freezer to accommodate all types of food, and as NDA staff, we are able to monitor the condition of the all food and also the accuracy of the orders. This is the picture of our warehouse dry storage that we store dry food to distribute to our community. And the next one is the property and the warehouse and the main NDA. And the next slide is the proposed location for cold storage. Without an on-site solution, we continue to encounter inventory loss and compliance issues and placing federal funding at risk. So we are requesting the approval of this project because we are serving so many communities, whether it is senior, whether it is tribal community, whether it is school-age children. This project is very vital for us to have control on our inventory and making sure that there is no food loss and there is no federal funding at risk. With that, Nick. Okay, any question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Anushpur, I didn't mean to interrupt the flow of your presentation, but if you're finished, I have a question. Okay.
Yes, I am.
So, what, wow, what you're saying is that staff spend approximately 100 hours per year driving to and waiting at the cold storage facility and put 1,000 miles per year on agriculture vehicles. We rely on our vendor, whom apparently we pay a good deal of money to rotate the inventory used by agriculture, and sometimes they do that improperly.
Correct.
Okay. How far away is our current cold storage from the agriculture dry storage facility?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if Devin Wilcox is here. He was supposed to be here. I don't know.
Okay.
But I can provide that information for you.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, I think you did say this, but can you refresh my memory? How much do we pay for our cold storage to the vendor right now?
$68,000 a year.
$68,000 per fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ham, for the record, I was going to ask the same question about distance.
Well, and if Mr. Wilcox shows up, because we were supposed to do it at 10:45.
Yeah.
Presentation was supposed to be at 10:45. Do you know what is the distance between the?
It's about 10 miles one way, so 20 round trip.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
With any more questions?
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman? Oh, no, please, I yield. So we have warehousing needs in Southern Nevada generally. We've got emergency management houses, PPE, personal protective equipment that we stockpiled from the federal government due to the pandemic. We house purchasing has surplus equipment. I believe other agencies, and of course agriculture has its food programs. What is the possibility of combining those forces for economies of scale for the entire state?
We have Mr. Tuma here
Okay.
to answer those questions regarding contract difficulties and coordination with the other projects, so I will hand it to Mr. Tuma.
Thank you very much. Matthew Tuma, Deputy Director for the Department of Administration, for the record. Director Freed, you're exactly right. There's one of the common themes, as Kent mentioned this morning, is sort of looking at a lot of our lease space versus owned by the state space and figuring out how we can do a better job at reducing our footprint of lease space. And this is a unique project where there's both standalone value in the need for additional cold storage, regardless of where that sort of fits in with anything, because of administration kind of being at the center point of a lot of activity and action. This work has really involved our purchasing division in great depth, as well as Public Works receiving the requests for these projects. So purchasing has been heavily involved in procuring contracts for the existing cold storage that's leased. That has been increasingly difficult to do in Las Vegas. In fact, the purchasing administrator within the last month signed a solicitation waiver for having to go out for a larger procurement for that space, because there's really only the existing vendor that's going to meet the state's needs, and that puts us in a very vulnerable position about having to continue on with that business, and also probably seeing our costs continue to increase for the leased space. So there's both that standalone value and the need and the challenges on securing the lease space, but like Director Freed said, there are other warehousing needs that we're currently leasing space for in the Las Vegas area. The largest one of those is now purchasing's responsibility that has been transitioned over to the purchasing division from the Division of Emergency Management for storage of stockpiles of PPE for pandemic resilience. So this was PPE that was largely purchased or it was procured with federal funding, either from CRF funding or from ARPA funding. And then the leasing warehouse costs have been funded by the federal government so far. But that's probably not the ideal solution for the permanent future. And so we've been looking at sort of securing a space that will satisfy those needs as well as agriculture's needs, as well as a couple of other departments that have some warehousing needs to do a larger warehousing facility in which the agriculture cold storage needs would be a subset of and be accommodated in site with those other locations. This has been kind of an ongoing discussion for, well, DEM has been involved in these discussions for probably about 2 years about how we secure that space, really since the beginning of the pandemic and the need for warehousing. So during the Department of Administration's presentation tomorrow, you're going to see another warehousing project that encompasses these larger needs. And so it would, clearly if that were a project that moved forward, or if one of the other options that has been discussed sort of loosely is purchasing an existing warehouse and having that serve all of those needs as well as some type of project as well. And so in those cases, we would be looking to incorporate agriculture's needs within the larger needs. So we just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that kind of thinking and trying to hit multiple objectives with single projects. So that being said, I am open for any questions if you guys have any.
Member Hand, for the record, I have a question on so the federal government provided or paid for the PPE and it's being stored. How much space is being used to store the PPE, and is this an excess of PPE, or is this? I'm wondering about the value of it. Could it be distributed maybe to communities in need rather than stored if it has some shelf life that could be an issue?
Yes, so Matthew Tuma for the record. So it's, to answer your first question, it's roughly a little over 100,000 square feet of storage space that we're leasing currently to encompass all of the needs of warehousing for, I think, the Department of Administration, the Department of Agriculture, as well as the Department of Taxation. We would be looking at roughly 135,000 square feet of warehousing needs between all of those different departments. And then you're right, the PPE is intended for distribution amongst those folks who need it, whether it's supposed to be a strategic utilization of PPE for I believe any jurisdiction that would request that or need that, whether it be a state agency or a local agency.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. And Department of Wildlife is up next. Good morning.
I'm Rod Lighthouse, the supervising engineer for the Department of Wildlife. And here to seek Public Works help and getting some Public Works help and getting some Critical projects completed or maintained. Anyway, I'll get started here. The Department of Wildlife consists of approximately, well, in 2021, 262 employees. How many do we have now, Jordan? We have approximately 133 buildings, 13 radio towers, 11 wildlife management areas consisting of about 120,000 acres, 8 major facilities, 7 unique divisions, 4 fish hatcheries, and 3 regions. Although we work hard to maintain and improve our facilities have been neglected and are in a state of disrepair. So due to the size of our engineering staff and small budget, we don't have the capacity to perform all the critical maintenance, which is what brings us here. We're seeking your help and expertise. So we have about 10 or 11 projects that we've applied for assistance on, and I'm going to go over the top 8. The first one is one that that NDOW presented in 21, the last cycle, and that's the Ruby Valley Fish Hatchery building. This building has been severely damaged. You can see it on the next slide there from water intrusion. I think it's from groundwater, mainly from groundwater, but also from poor drainage around the building. But you can see what the freeze-thaw action has done to the building. We're really afraid that if we don't get this taken care of, we're going to potentially lose the building. So, number 1. Number 2 is a similar project, but this is on a residence at our Key Pittman Wildlife Management Area near Hyco. And this one, we're seeing a water intrusion from below the surface into the basement, which is heaving the floor. And then that top left picture there, that was a recent event where we had a little monsoon type event and it flooded the office, which is in the basement. So we're hoping to get a French drain installed and get it drained and then replace that floor and patch the walls. Projects 3, 4, and 5 are all very similar. They're dam projects, dam maintenance projects. Again, we've been receiving notices for years from the Division of Water Resources Dam Safety on performing maintenance on these dams, and we never seem to have the money to do it. And in fact, I don't even know if we've owned these dams since they were constructed, all of them. I know one of them we have, but anyway, they've been neglected, and there's quite a significant list. They're all very similar, but this one is the first one is Eagle Valley Dam, which is near Pioche. There's vegetation all over the dams. There's rodent holes. For some reason, somebody decided to build some stuff on the dam at Eagle Valley, and which weakens the embankment. The Parshell flume, which measures seepage, it's all grown over and in a state of disrepair. The dam crest has been driven on and eroded, and it needs to be repaired and brought back up to full width and height. And the wave action has caused erosion on the upstream slope. So I mean, there's several items that need to be corrected here to bring this thing up to be in the best condition it can be in. The next dam is in Kingston Canyon, which is near Kingston, Lander County. Same type of issues. This one, the spillway is in really sad shape, you can see there. There were several trees on the dam a few years ago. We had the prison crews remove a lot of that, but you can see it's growing back. Same type of issues as Eagle Valley. The next one is Illapah. Illapah is in White Pine County, about 40 miles west of Ely on Highway 50, just off of Highway 50. Again, same type of issues. Backing up a little bit to Eagle Valley and Kingston, there's a significant population that lives below each of those dams. And the concern is, of course, if we have failure, that we could potentially flood, if not injure or even kill a few people. And Illapah, even though there's not a lot of downstream residents, there is a Highway 50's there, so we could lose Highway 50. On to Bruno River Wildlife Management Area. This is a remote facility near the Idaho border in Elko County. And I don't know when we acquired it. It's one of our newer properties, but we have there's a couple of old residences on this facility, and NDOW doesn't have the expertise to deal with these facilities because they contain hazardous materials, or they're constructed with hazardous materials. So we've tested the siding and roofing and some other materials inside of these buildings, these old past residences, and they contain asbestos-containing materials. And then there's lead paint on, I think, some of the roofing tiles on one of the houses. So I know Public Works has had staff that knows how to deal with these things. We don't have a clue. And the main problem is that these facilities are open to the public, and even if they weren't, I mean, they would get into them. So we just want to get rid of them. Project number 7 is the bridge, Lux Lane Bridge at the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area. Ever since I've been at NDOW since 2014, I've seen memos from NDOT that we need to make repairs to this bridge. And since I've been there, we haven't done anything, but we continue to get the memos. It's just something we need to take care of. It's currently, NDOW puts a rating of 5 on it at a scale of 0 to 9. And it needs a lot of work. You can see in the pictures there that some of the guard railing foundations are deteriorated. The abutments are cracking. It needs to be painted. The decking needs to be improved. The abutment between the decking and the approach needs to be improved to prevent it from getting worse. A lot of issues here that we need to try to get fixed so we don't, so we can avoid failure and possible injury. Project number 8 is also at the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, which is in Yerington. This is a culvert that it used to provide irrigation and stock water to the farms downstream, but we still use it. I think there's still a user on it, but we use it to convey water to the site there. And as you can see, that 6-foot culvert on the downstream side is almost full, and there's a couple reasons for that. One is it's uphill downstream of that, which we're going to fix, which has allowed this thing to fill up full of sediment. But in addition to that, this culvert is it's failed on the top of it. And I don't know why it hasn't caved in yet, but I guess we're lucky. But we need to get that repaired so we can prevent another disaster. So, moving on here, I think. Oh, so ramifications, that's the end of the projects that are the most critical to us. But basically, the ramifications are that with the intrusion is continued degradation of building and possible failure, along with potential disease or sickness from mold or pests. Both of those water intrusion projects, the Hatchery and Key Pittman, similar issues. The dam is continued degradation, decreased structural integrity, dam failure, flooding of downstream residents, and possible loss of life. Bruno River, we're asking for the structure demolition is possible injury to the public and state employees, sicknesses from vector-borne pathogens, and health issues containing asbestos or related to asbestos-containing materials and lead paint. Mason Valley Bridge is, of course, continued degradation, decreased structural integrity, failure, loss of life, and then with the culvert at Mason Valley, possible probable flooding, failure, loss of public safety access, and again, injury and loss of life. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Laura Freed for the record. I want to preface this by saying that water policy, construction of water projects in this state is all opaque to me. It is not my forte. Having said that, I got a little bit lost. We'll go back to Eagle Valley. I'm not clear on who owns these dams as opposed to who wildlife presumably owns the area around them. And specifically with Eagle Valley, you had mentioned somebody built some stuff on it. What does it mean to say somebody built some stuff on it?
Well, there was a picture there that showed the stairs were built on the dam.
Okay, so you're,
which cut into the structure, but.
Okay, and you don't know who did those and when?
Well, I don't. I'm assuming that State Parks did it because Endow's dam is on State Parks property.
Okay, so Endow owns the dam.
Yes.
It's on Parks land.
Yes.
Okay. Is that true for Kingston and Illapah too?
Endow owns the dam at Kingston.
Okay.
But I believe it might be BLM land or Forest Service land.
Okay.
And then Illapah, Endow owns the dam.
Okay.
And I think it's on BLM land.
And it's on BLM land.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm going to cogitate on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Hand, for the record, I've got a couple of questions. Lots of dam projects. I remember the last CIP there were dam projects also. So were these dams all built sort of in the same era, and now they're all sort of in in their life cycle? They're at a point where they need a lot of attention, or is it just, I guess, what's driving it? Climate change, what's driving all the dams? That's my first question.
I don't believe they were all built around the same time. The one you're referring to is Cave Creek Dam that was on the last cycle, and that was built by, I believe, a farmer like about 80 years ago, and since then it's been raised, and there's been various well, there's been a dam failure there before since they raised it, so there's been repair, and then I'm not certain when Endow acquired it. But ever since I've been at Endow, they haven't gotten a lot of attention. We just don't have the resources to take care of them like they're required to be taken care of. to further answer your question, NDOW did build the Kingston Dam, and I believe that was in the 60s, maybe the late 60s, mid to late 60s. I'm not sure when Illapah was constructed or Eagle Valley. We did not, I'm sure we did not build those dams. But I can get that information to you. It's definitely available.
Memorandum for the record. Yeah, thank you. I just was curious because it seems like there's a lot of dams all this, or, we last CIP and then again today. My recollection may not be correct, but it seemed on some previous dam projects, there was an opportunity to get some federal funding. Is that something that's a possibility with any of these? And maybe that might not be a question for you, but for Kent.
So, yeah, back to Cave Creek Dam, well, I was going to say something that might not be true. I was going to say it's on our wildlife management area, but it's not. It's in a state park. But we were able to attack that project from a boating access perspective, which allowed us to obtain boating access grant funds to help with the repairs. The problem with using boating access funding on these projects is that we're still working on Cave Lake. So that's not a big pot to draw money from. And we're pretty much drained it for Cave Lake, and are draining it. So it's going to take a while to build that up. And then plus, Jordan can help me out on this. We only have a short amount of time to spend those funds. So I think once they're allocated to us, we have five years to spend those funds. And so we'll only have 5 years of building up, and at which time we'd only have about $2 million. So we get about $400,000 a year for the boating access program, and if we spend it all on dams, we can't do any other projects.
So, Mr. Chairman, the other half of your question is the other dam projects that are currently underway. We have design underway on Hobart Dam and also on Marlette Dam. And both of those have been applied for federal assistance. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I don't believe we received those grants as of last month.
Correct. Marlette Lake is in EHP review, and Hobart has never been selected through 2 grant cycles.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Laura Freed. Okay, so we, on the demolition of the residences on the Bruno River Wildlife Management Area, NDOW is providing $50,000 of agency funding. I assume that's coming from the Wildlife Fund?
That would come from a grant.
Oh, it's coming from a grant. Okay. Is that like a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service grant or?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Fish and Wildlife Service monies is not available for any of the dam projects?
Well, the boating access money would be Fish and Wildlife Service money.
Okay.
But I don't believe that we could use the same funding source that we're using for Bruno for the dam, because it's not on a wildlife management. In fact, it's not even on our property. But we were able to use that boating access money on our dam that's not on our property.
Okay, thank you,
So
Mr. Chairman.
I could be wrong, but I think that's what I'm saying is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Kent Lefevre for the record. So just a kind of antidote, I got a call from the state water engineer last week, and he wants to meet with me and talk about how we consolidate all these water resources into one place, one owner. So that'll be an interesting conversation I'll have in a couple of weeks.
Please don't recommend NDOW.
I'm going to put Jordan in charge of everything. She can do it.
This is a little out of context. Member Bentley, for the record, what is the status of the Cave Creek Dam now?
We're getting ready to go out to bid. Our plan was to be out to bid and hopefully starting construction by now, but we had a misunderstanding of what was required to get the project out to bid. So we didn't have all our permitting in place. So the permitting was put in place, and then there was another little hiccup is there was a third-party review done as part of the work, and then the consultant that was working on it had the third-party reviewer do some design. So then there was I guess there was a conflict of interest, so then we had to get another third-party review to do another review. So it held it up a little bit, but the plan is to go to bid here fairly soon. And then construction to commence in, I believe, March. Yeah. And be completed by early or mid next fiscal, mid-year next fiscal year.
Member Hand, for the record, I have one last question, and that's your bridge. I'm more of a pavement guy than a dam guy, so. And I'd go back to the same question. Are there any opportunities to get, federal funding for work on that bridge?
I believe we did commit some money to that. That bridge is on the wildlife management area, as well as a culvert. And I believe that we committed to $75,000 on one and $50,000 on the other. Oh yeah, it says right there, yes. Oh no, $50,000 on the demolition of the houses, $75,000 for the Lux Lane Bridge. Or the Lux Lane Bridge, and then I don't remember that number, but it says $315,000 for the culvert. But those are on wildlife management areas, so there is federal funding available.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was considered.
Yes.
Thank you. If we don't have any other questions, then thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so member Hand, for the record, let's recess until 12:45. member hand for the record. Hello, everyone, and we apologize for being a few minutes tardy here, and look forward to get the ball rolling again. We have public safety up first this afternoon, and we look forward to your presentation. And please, when you get started, if you could share with us your names, introduce yourself, so we make sure we get everything right for the record. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm George Tagliati, Director of the Department of Public Safety, and with me is my associate, Gigi. We had a little media event outside out on the grounds because we have our first bomb detection dog for the state. And it was, anytime you have animals, you get tons of attraction from the media. So that worked out really well. So Gigi is also a sniffer of sorts. So she came along with Carson City Sheriff's Office, brought some canines and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the event we had preceding. I just wanted to take a minute to go over the plan for the new building for the Department of Public Safety. Just a couple of things I wanted to hit on. This has kind of been a labor of love since I had this position some years ago and left, I believe, in 2008, 8. Time flies when you're having fun. But this is more than a headquarters building, and I just want to touch on that for a second. It's multi-purpose. We're going to be bringing a bunch of different divisions, including parole and probation. And presently, we're paying rent and a leasing space throughout the Carson City area. So there'll be obviously a savings there. And address that. And we're doing that for a couple of reasons. We have to service, needless to say, all the counties as well as the state's needs. And as the population grows, and certainly we're growing more and more every day, the workload is getting to the point where we can definitely see a justification for a lab, particularly by the time this building is built. There's also room there for also some research. For example, we had a survey done by our Office of Traffic Safety, one of the divisions within the Department of Public Safety. And a group came out from NHTSA, which again is our national traffic safety team. And they came out and pretty much briefed us on what would be state of the art as far as detection. And if you think about it, we now have cannabis legalized, particularly recreational, and we're looking at lounges and so on and so forth. And the fact that the feds did come out and say these are the things you should be doing gives us another opportunity to make ourselves eligible for various federal grants as far as our research goes. For example, we have issues when you pull someone over on the road who's impaired. Well, is it beer? Is it prescription medication? What exactly is it? There's a comorbidity factor there that has to be considered. Feds look at that, and they look at that through NHTSA, the federal group. Right now, we kind of rely on our two laboratories to help us out if we do get blood tests and if we take it beyond just a traffic stop where we're checking to see if somebody's impaired. So there's a whole world out there that we're missing because we don't have a state laboratory. So why have a headquarters building and bring in some folks, save the rental fees, and not have a state laboratory attached to it? The state laboratory also is a revenue source because presently all the counties, whether it's White Pine or wherever, will be paying other counties to get these tests done. Now we can
we're not getting into any of those costs, but that can be varied depending on the county and whatever representation is done, volume. You don't have to charge, that kind of thing. But the fact that you do have this state resource and the fact that we can also get extra funding through revenue there and from the federal government is a plus. Last but not least, to make it really brief, we've had some really meaningful conversations with Tyler Klimas with the Cannabis Commission. He's the executive director, and on the Cannabis Commission, coincidentally. They're going to be looking at some laboratories, particularly in southern Nevada. Now, right now, they outsource all their labs. So they are having the industry pay someone to do those tests of the various product. Quality control can become an issue when you're dealing with multiple businesses, private businesses, to do your testing. If we had a state laboratory centered in Carson City, which we propose, in my conversations with Tyler, we could provide space for the cannabis group to come in and do their testing for all of the north, which he estimates to be somewhere between 10 and 20% right now of the volume within the cannabis retail and area. So that quality control being an issue, I think that's something that needs to be addressed. He's independently going to be looking to try to get a laboratory in the south, because you have to worry about not only the quality and the purity, but the intensity of the cannabis, et cetera. So without taking up too much of your time, I just wanted to come by and at least, make sure I got my 2 cents in that this is just not a headquarters building for us. This is something that's going to be multi-purpose, and I think it's going to serve a lot of needs. And it could very well, depending on how we model it, with input from the legislature and other folks, as a revenue producing, or at least equalizing some of the expense. Thank you.
And good afternoon. My name is Curtis Palmer. I'm the Administrative Services Officer for the Department of Public Safety in the headquarters offices. And to my right is the Deputy Director, Sherry Britterman. And I will be running the presentation and giving some remarks. I'm happy to take any questions at any time. And the Deputy Director is not shy about jumping in if I've missed something or misspoken. So we'll kind of share the mic there. And thank you, Director, for your opening remarks and comments about the headquarters building for the Department of Public Safety. And we are quite excited about the development and the work that has been done so far, and some pre-planning and so forth with the architects. And we'll have a couple of pictures that we can show of their renderings. But we'll jump into this. So the benefits of having a headquarters in Carson City is...
Excuse me, could you put the mic a little bit closer so our court reporter can hear you? I'm sorry, my apologies.
No problem, thank you. So the benefits of a department headquarters building in Carson City is, as the director had mentioned, one of the components is certainly creation and development of the state lab. We have 3 main evidence vaults throughout the state, and some satellite vaults where we collect evidence and so forth. Bringing that evidence together close to a state lab where things can be processed would certainly just make sense, rather than sending stuff out to either other cities, counties, labs if they have it, or even out of state. So part of the headquarters building, again, as mentioned, is the state laboratory. The gathering of our individual divisions into one building would certainly be beneficial in a collaborative sense, especially in time of some kind of an emergency or operation that requires multiple agency involvement, and bringing that together under one roof and collaborating together is certainly a huge benefit to our operations and public safety. the building would also provide some increased security for our staff. We have multiple buildings throughout Carson City, as we'll show on a map here in just a second, but being able to pull everyone under one roof would provide additional security and help for our staff. We talked about the operational efficiencies, improved efficiencies in response time, and the rental costs and so forth that go into the building. We have, as I mentioned, multiple locations throughout Carson City, and so pulling all that together would be a savings in those rents and so forth that could go towards the contribution of the new building. The final benefit is that we occupy a partial floor, the second floor in the DMV building, and have been there for a number of years. I think our previous director used to say that we're a cousin living over over the family's garage and so forth. Anyways, so we do occupy part of that building, and so by moving into a new building of our own, not only the things that I've spoken about, but it would also free up space for them to kind of loosen their belt and spread out a little bit and provide them with additional facility space. So far the architecture and the pre-planning that has gone into the building, they have designed a net zero building for us, which would unite the 9 state police agencies divisions together, in addition to the state lab. So the slide on the left side of the screen shows a rendering of the building. This would be coming from the south, which would be the main entrance to the building itself, to the structure. On the left side of that, or excuse me, on the right side of that slide is a list of different locations that we currently occupy throughout Carson City, and so you can just kind of see the disparity and being able to collaborate. Of course, picking up a phone, or nowadays, thanks to COVID, we can make calls on Teams and so forth, which certainly has helped with the communication process, but it's not quite the same synergy as being in person, especially during times of emergency and operation, and reliability of equipment and so forth may go down. So there's some benefits there. So as far as location, there is, I don't know, about a mile or so south of here on Carson Street, there is a vacant lot that used to be the old armory, for those of you that have a little bit of history with Carson City. And that lot has been kind of designated for a public safety facility, which is why it's remained undeveloped, because it has been set aside for public safety. It's 15 plus acres. A little bit of a trapezoid shape a little bit there, that would require a little bit of cleanup and so forth, but it is in good shape at this point. The structure itself is 2 main buildings, one be a parking garage, 2-story parking garages, and then the office space would be two-story as well. And we'll get to another overview picture here in just a moment with that. With the office building and so forth, the lab would be an attachment or a part of that building, bringing us all together. So, and there's a list of different items and facilities that go in there. Part of the parking garage area would be set aside for a maintenance bay, for emergency vehicles that we operate, the highway patrol and other vehicles. So it would give us a little bit of a mechanic area to do some of our own maintenance there. Currently, we either use local resources or go up to Reno to our motor vehicle shop up there. So that would provide us some added convenience to us in this area. Before we get into the design of the building and so forth, any questions? Anything I can clarify perhaps at this point? Very good, okay. So this slide, and you can see another rendering of what the campus might look like, again from the architect standpoint. foliage and so forth around it. Is again, is a two-story building. So the lab it has a set aside for 5,000 square foot. The operability of the lab would bring in not only some revenue and localized testing and so forth, it would relieve some burden from cities and county labs that we are currently using, as well as save money in costs and so forth in sending items that need to be analyzed outside of the state. We have also, as the director had mentioned, been working a little bit with the Cannabis Board, who is in need of testing for their products and so forth. As long as we're doing the state lab, it would not be far-fetched to be able to come in and take care of some of their testing needs as well. The building itself is about 67,000 square foot and houses 9 division. There will be 325 approximately employees that would occupy this building, with a little bit of room to grow as the years go by, and hopefully in good times and so forth, we're able to expand, so without crowding in on top of others. So this is somewhat of an aerial view of the building and the lot itself. So Carson Street would be at the bottom of the screen there. To the far left, there's a little square pad. I don't know if my mouse shows up on the screen. No. To the far left, a little pad there, that would be the maintenance garage that I had mentioned, with the chair-like looking things on top. That area is the parking garage. There would be some solar and opportunities there to recapture some expenses for energy. And again, that is a two-story parking garage. We would be able to park underneath the solar panels there, but putting those onto the picture made it look ugly, so they didn't put that in. But anyway, so we would be able to maximize that area. Going a little bit more to the right, then the main building, the office building, in I don't know what shape that is, but the main entrance to that building would be to the south. So to the far right of the screen, where that row of cars is depicted, would be the entrance to the building itself. There is a couple of different ways to enter into the facility from Carson Street, as well as Colorado to the far left, be able to come in for employee parking and so forth. The lab that we have talked about would be the upper, if we're looking at the building itself, the upper kind of left wing of the building would be where the lab and the evidence vaults and so forth would be located. So we've talked about the lab, and I'll just kind of gloss over this just a little bit and speed this along. But there was a comprehensive study that was done on the lab and forensics and so forth that are needed within the state, and there are opportunities there for better law enforcement, for better apprehension. With having items in-house, there is also the state lab would be able to bring with it the opportunity to bring about some stability and consistency throughout the labs within the state. Currently, there is not one overriding authority for that, and so north versus south or east and west labs vary a little bit. So an exaggeration, but to illustrate the point, you could potentially be DUI if one lab tests it, but another lab on the other side of the state tests it, and maybe you're not DUI. So there is some disparity and consistency within labs throughout the state. So as far as funding and so forth, the headquarters building itself would be approximately 50-50 Highway Fund General Fund. The lab portion would be 50% Highway Fund. Again, just round figures. We have 50% cannabis funds there, but we also have the opportunity to bring in some federal dollars for equipment and maintenance in the form of grants and so forth, as well as fees that we may be able to charge other, to be able to charge city and county for other testing that they may bring to us and we would do in our lab. So that mix is a little bit fluid at this point, still working through that. And just as a side note, we currently pay approximately $1 million in rent in our other facilities that we would be able to consolidate into this building. And so our next item of presentation, so we do have three requests, and the next one would be our dormitories. But before we leave the headquarters building, any questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Laura Freed for the record. I've got a couple of questions. Going back to slide 7 with the rendering.
Yes.
So in the building on the left side, is that a helipad?
Yes.
Does the Department of Public Safety have a helicopter?
We do not. This idea really is in an emergency use, evacuation of the governor or other important staff or whatever. Of course, the National Guard would probably take priority in that.
Oh, okay.
But as long as we're building the structure and for relatively small dollars, it could be a secondary operation point. Our dispatch center will be moved into this building.
Oh, okay.
And so there would be maybe some continuity of emergency operations and so forth. So it really would just be for a convenience in terms of that. Not a deal breaker if it's not there, I suppose. Okay. But no, we do not have any helicopter, any future plans for those that I'm aware of, Director.
Okay.
So it is merely just part of an emergency type facility or operation.
Okay. On slide 8, this isn't on the slide 8 narrative, but you had said a comprehensive study of forensic labs in this state was done. By whom?
NHTSA.
By NHTSA.
By NHTSA.
As the director had mentioned.
And, okay, got it. And NHTSA found varying accuracy standards among forensic laboratories in the north and the south?
Yes.
And the rurals?
The testing standards, pardon, this is Sherry Brigham, Deputy Director.
Hi, Sherry. Nice to see you.
To see you. The testing standards and the methods are not standardized. So with regard to DUIs, as Curtis pointed out, you could have a variance, but worse than that with cannabis, that's quite another deal too, and you would have variances. And that's not to say just the north and the south, that's every lab. They're independent. There is no overriding statutory guideline that requires a certain standard for any of these items. We do, within the Office of Traffic Safety, have a committee on intoxication, and we are hoping to incorporate that into our bills so that we can be a guiding force, especially with regard to blood draws, because right now we can only test for a few things. Neither Metro nor Washoe can handle our requests or come up with the testing methods so that we can say, yes, this person was impaired, because impaired could be anything. So there's a number of reasons to do it, but those are the main issues.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair? Thank you. Since you went into some detail, I guess I'll get into the weeds because that's how I do. Who regulates law enforcement laboratories? Are they subject to the provisions of the Clinical Laboratory Improvement Act, or who?
I'm not aware there are regulations on the laboratories.
So there's no
in the
regulatory
state.
agency that ensures that the testing methodology. Okay, wow. That's interesting.
Well, I'm sure there are overriding regulations within the counties that they operate in.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean that each county agrees with each other.
Okay.
You gotta be certified.
You have it certified? By?
There are,
By
Curtis
federal
Palmer,
levels.
For the record, there are some national standards and so forth, of course, but that's not really a regulating body. So.
Okay, that's interesting because as you guys, I'm sure you guys know, the Bureau of Healthcare Quality and Compliance within DHHS is charged with regulating clinical labs, in this state, and I'm wondering if if HCQC or somebody else is supposed to ensure the standardization of lab practices in the law enforcement realm. So that's interesting.
Well, if-
The director.
Director
I could just
Tagliati, yes.
add one more thing. We've had some preliminary conversations with the Washoe County Sheriff, Clark County Sheriff, and regarding their laboratories. And we, based on the timeline, population growth, and a whole bunch of other things, we don't see how that's going to, in any way, shape, or form, negatively impact their operations. Also, they have a lot of grant funding as well. And within their, in fact, our office does a lot of that through the Department of Justice grants. This will not affect that either. This is mainly going to be addressing growth within the state. Hopefully some areas where we now have a chance to do some research, where I think, my personal opinion, I anticipate possibly this upcoming session, they'll revisit saliva testing for roadside saliva testing rather than blood draw. So that also gives us an opportunity to examine any of these comorbidity issues we talked about, things that go beyond just the field sobriety where, watch, follow my finger, walk 3 feet, all that stuff. And to my talks, and the other exciting thing, my conversations with Tyler Klimas, with cannabis, is right now they're looking at pretty much nuts and bolts. Do we have a standard of purity? We're going recreational on this stuff. So what's the standard if you're dealing with X number of independent laboratories? That's one. And if we bring it all together, there's also another piece of that we could be doing, which is research into cannabis. What are the medical benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So if we're going to have something like this, and we're going to have a headquarters building, man, let's put what we're doing, put a lab in there, and we start thinking years out. The same thing with the cannabis, where we could be maybe a little bit of cutting edge on, because we were one of the first states to legalize it. Let's show everybody what we're in bad health.
This is Laura Freed again for the record. Thank you for that, Director. Does the Department of Agriculture still contract with Cannabis Compliance Board for testing?
We're not involved with the Department of Agriculture, and
Okay.
my understanding, now this is again, this would be, for the record, secondhand.
Yeah.
Any examination or any examination of any of the cannabis, nothing is being done by agriculture nor any of the forensic labs.
Okay.
So that's all been outsourced into private laboratories. Okay. That's where the cannabis group would like to come together and have the state do that type of testing to have more of a quality control over what's going on.
One more question, Mr. Chairman, and I promise I'll thank you for the indulgence. I think this is probably one for Mr. Palmer. This is about slide 9, the funding sources. For the headquarters part of the building, you're estimating 50% highway fund, 50% general funds. You mean general fund appropriations or bond funds when you say that?
My guessing with the dollar amount that it would be bonds.
Okay, because in the project narrative that the board has, we've got 67% state funds, which I assume to be general obligation bonds, and 33% highway funds.
I think that's
No.
old language.
That might be old language.
We've
actually had this request for 5 or 6 bienniums.
Okay, okay.
So that may be, I'd have
Okay,
to,
so we'll have to get clarity on
look, yeah.
exactly how much highway fund we're talking about here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for the indulgence.
Member Hand, for the record, I just a couple of follow-up questions. I think you had quite a few already, but one of them is the 8 or 9 locations that you're in now. Are you renting all of those? Every one of them? Okay, so those would there wouldn't be anything left there. And then I think I heard that the other 2 labs would not be closing. The other 2 labs in the state that were referenced, so they would stay open.
Oh, Curtis Palmer, for the record. So we had mentioned Washoe and Metro in Las Vegas labs. No, those are county operated, and so those would continue. Our understanding is they're bursting at the seams already with their own work, and then trying to work us into their labs as well has been quite a challenge, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
So the next project that we have been, that we're asking for is some dormitory facilities for training our cadets. And so we currently have 2 academies, one north, one south. The one in the south in Las Vegas is basically a commuter type training facility. The folks that come in from there live in the area, and so they commute in. The academy up north is really more for the rest of the state, rurals and so forth, and so it doesn't lend itself towards commuting back and forth on a regular basis. So we currently have a dormitory facility or lodgings within the Stewart facility out on the the Stewart facility. So those old beautiful buildings, unfortunately, they are old and are in need of some drastic updating. For example, I don't believe they have air conditioning. Internet or Wi-Fi there is limited, if there's any at all, for the students to do homework or to do things after hours when they're not in the official training and so forth. That facility is located about a mile west from our actual training facility, where we do have our own building and out in that area. So, and our understanding is that the Native American tribes that have the property and so forth now have some expansion plans and ideas for that property in general as a whole, and we understand at some point they would be asking to have control of that property back, which would leave us without any kind of dormitory. So this is kind of a preventative and in advance planning of what might eventually come about. And there's just some talk there about some of the problems that are with the current facility. This slide shows our current training academy facility. It is a state-owned building, a DPS-owned building, classrooms and so forth, where we currently house the training of the cadets as they come into the program. Our next slide, and that's just as a reference point, the next slide, you can see the building from a bird's eye view. There is parking facility and so forth around the building. The proposed site for the new dormitories would be at the bottom of that slide. They're adjacent to the parking area, roughly 2,200 square foot location that would have double occupancy rooms, adjacent bathrooms in a pod kind of configuration. There would be some additional classrooms, exercise room and so forth, kitchen facilities, and pretty much self-contained. So not only the students can stay there, but we also have instructors that come out and would perhaps be there for a few days to a week in teaching some specialized training or concept that the cadets need to learn, and so frequently those instructors stay on site as well. So this would be a place for our instructors to stay and interact with the cadets. Is there anything else you want to say about that, please?
Again, my name is Sherry Brigham, for the record, Deputy Director, and I have to tell you that I personally have been presenting our CIP for our headquarters since 2007-2008. So it is very near and dear to my heart. But there's a couple things that I want to reinforce, that the Department of Public Safety does not have a headquarters building at all. And so we would be one of the few departments of our size that doesn't, and this would be the first and hopefully the last headquarters building we would ask for. So again, I wanted to underscore that we are without a home, and we believe that the leadership should come from right there in the middle of our employees, and that
by working together with all of our groups of divisions who right now are scattered all across the city and state, of course, we might be able to unify them, because our shortage of officers has put us in a unique position where we have to use each other's skill sets in order to react to issues that come up. An example of that is the Capitol riots over the last summer, that sort of thing. And it doesn't improve yet. So this would also be a real jolt to morale, and it would help a lot in that area. So I did want to mention that. I also wanted to mention that I have requested, not in writing, but of Public Works and anybody that'll hear me, that I understand that there are ARPA funds available to assist. If so, for CIPs, we would love to be considered for that. I also would love you to consider to put us on the fast track and put us beginning to end in the next biennium. We're ready to go. We're happy to help. We'll do whatever we have to do to make it happen. We're working very well with the architects and Public Works, so we think it could be a great opportunity. We spoke of the lab, and the issues that we've spoken of are large, and they are of concern, because the operating retail facilities, to get their lab results verified, they go to their own labs. So they pick their lab, they get the results, they send it to the Cannabis Board. And there's no way to satisfy any regulations, because none of them are standardized or even by city standards. They're private labs. So there are some issues there, so I think that can help us. But in a bigger way, we talk about a forensic lab, and I don't know what you think about, but I think about CSI, because that's all I know. And then you see the cars and the phones and the telephones and pulling this apart, that apart, and truly an investigation. We don't even have that in this state. We don't have any of it. And so we need it. Our investigation division is dependent on those kind of investigatory type methods, whatever they may be, and whatever the equipment may be. But right now, we have to pick and choose what's important enough to send out of state to find someone to do our research and our analysis. And that's just not acceptable. So Curtis mentioned it, the director mentioned it. We are the only state that does not have a state lab. And the city labs or the county labs that we're speaking about have no control over each other. So there is nowhere you can go to get that kind of control from a state aspect. So I think that's important to bring up, and because I've been doing it for so long. Okay, I think we did that. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just reviewing this. Some of the notes on the split has moved back and forth, because originally we did not have parole and probation in our count to move over to the headquarters building. We were going to leave them in their current location because of the type of clientele that they have to handle, and we didn't think that we could put it in the same operational building. But we have since found that we could by changing entrances, and the back of the area where the lab is also has an intake door for the offenders to come in from that way. So we did move quite a piece of general fund type things in there, and that may have impacted our numbers, and we didn't update things. But then that would take care of our entire department up here in the north. I think we covered everything else. ARPA funds, please. And that's in your consideration. We love the designers. We love working with a group of people we're working with, and I think it's an outstanding goal. The helipad was Curtis's idea in case the governor needed a place to secure. And we do have an area over at the emergency management building inside the armory right now. But should that building become not secure, which it already has once,
we would be the secondary site. We will have a secure room within the offices, so the governor could at any time take information coming in from the federal level directly in there without anybody else having the availability to hear. So state of the art, we are looking at totally netscape zero. So heating, air conditioning, everything would be top of the line and not cost the state. It does add up in the initial cost of the building because we're putting new equipment in there, but in the maintenance of the building, it should go a long way towards saving and setting new standards for buildings for the state in the future. So that's just my pitch. And thank you for giving us the time today.
Do we have any questions? Well, if not, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And sharing the dog. A little excitement in the room.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note for the record, I wish I had control over the ARPA funds disbursement. That would be nice. I'm not sure.
For the record, I wish you had control over them too.
On the bottom.
There we go. Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Tim Hunt, Nevada Division of State Parks. I'm a supervising professional engineer.
And for the record, I'm Rick Morse. I am the Forestry Program Manager over Support Services. And I'll be presenting for the forestry side.
So, okay, Tim Hunt for the record. We're presenting today the top 10 of the department's 60-plus improvement projects that were submitted. First off will be Division of Forestry.
For the record, Rick Morse again, Program Manager for NDF. So since legislative action back in 2015, which closed on quite a few number of fire stations and consolidated equipment, we have 2 residences that still exist out in Spring Creek, and they become problemsome over the last almost 8 years. Vagrants constantly, the police have to call me in particular, to get my permission to escort them from the property. Neighborhood children playing in these residences, and they're condemned. We can't secure them in any way. And so we're asking to get these demolished and limited restoration of the land. Plans for one of the properties is to give it back to state lands, let them dispose of it or sell it, and so recoup some costs from the sale of the property. That is in an HOA area, and they are really, really anxious to get rid of this eyesore, as well as we are. And the other property, we're going to keep the bay, which in the picture are on the slide, which is slide number 3. The one on the left with the blue bay, where the bay will stay and the structure will be demolished next to it. And then we're going to put in 3 RV pads for seasonal firefighters to help in the Elko community area for wildfires and the such, as we do get them coming in from other states and communities and like that. That's about it. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
Member Hand, for the record, I'm just curious about the property sale. What sort of revenue would that create? Have you got an appraisal on that?
I went in and researched the value, which the value of the one we're going to sell is literally at only like $15,000, and that's just for the land. So it wouldn't be that much of a recoup for getting rid of the property.
Thank you.
A little, Member Bentley, for the record, I'm a little confused. You say you potentially would sell the property, and yet in the same proposal, you want to put in 3 RV sites. Isn't that a kind of a conflict of?
Yes, sir. Rick Morris, for the record. One property will be, the land will be sold. The other one will be kept. There's 2 properties, about 1.5 miles to 2 miles from each other. So one would be refurbished for purposes for the Nevada Division of Forestry. The other one would be sent back to state lands and sold.
Thank you.
Tim Hunt, for the record. Next up is the 9 Mile Stonehouse Rehabilitation, which is part of the recently acquired Walker River State Recreation Area properties. This property was acquired in July of 2017 through the legislature. Shortly before acquisition, the property was damaged by 2 5.8 earthquakes that occurred within approximately 10,000 feet of its location. This project would rehabilitate it, restore the historic nature of the property, seismically retrofit it so it can be open to the public and utilized as an interpretive facility. During the historic review, it was determined that both Colonel Nye and Mark Twain had spent significant time at this location, so it does have quite a bit of historic value to it, both here in Nevada and also with Mark Twain's national and worldwide recognition. It would be definitely a site people would like to see. If this project is not approved, the upper portion has already completely fallen away, so the entire inside of the structure is in fact open to the elements. So delaying this project would increase the deterioration and make any restoration processes more expensive. Initial reviews, programming was done under 18A005 through Public Works, through an architectural firm, and also the State Historic Preservation Officer also enlisted a historic architect to evaluate the structure as well. Are there any questions?
No questions, thank you.
For the record, Rick Morse, NDF. So our next project that I'm going to be talking about is, we had originally asked for an apparatus bay, fire apparatus bay, to be added onto our Western Regional Office headquarters out in Eastlake with a wash component, a wash bay component. After State Public Works Division was able to do their assessment, the architects decided it would be cheaper just to build a new building, which is depicted on the right-hand picture there. The orange building is the new structure. We have plenty of land here, and it would give us 3 bays for the fire apparatus and 1 all year-round wash bay, which we do not currently have. so we can't wash our vehicles in the wintertime. We would keep the wash rack that we still have, which is outside, of course, but this would give us the ability to wash them in the wintertime as well. So it's actually cheaper to create a larger building freestanding, which I was pretty surprised by, than to add on to the current building, because everything would have to come up to code, I guess, in the building that we have. So, and we are fighting to get upgrades made on it ourselves. So, are there any questions?
No questions. You must be doing well.
Tim Hunt for the record. The next project is the building weatherization and envelope protection at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. This is a continuation of 19-P10 that Public Works undertook. This continuation would provide independent engineering drawings to the construction level documentation, identifying and prioritizing the protection, the envelope protection for the majority of the structures out there. Any questions? Next is the restroom replacement and shower facility at Wild Horse State Recreation Area in northern Nevada. This project would replace an existing vault toilet system that has outlived its useful life. It would also upgrade the existing, the replacement would be upgraded to allow for shower facilities and flushing toilets to improve visitation. The north loop at this location has a shower and flushing restroom, but the lower loop does not. So this existing structure is, again, outdated, does not meet ADA requirements, and it does not meet the current visitation needs of the public. Any questions? Next is a similar facility at the same location. This is at the day use area, is replacing again a non-compliant, out-of-date vault type toilet system. It currently does not meet the ADA standards, and it's in excess of 40 years old. It would be replaced with a flushing toilet system. This particular one is located adjacent to the nearby cabins that were installed a few years ago, and the septic and leach field currently exist and have the capacity to handle the addition.
Member Hand, for the record, I got a question, and this might be for Public Works. These are several facilities all at the same park, if you will. Is there any reason that they're not bundled for some efficiency or not?
Kent Lefevre, for the record. We can certainly look at that, but usually these are estimated one at a time so that they can be, so we can pick and choose. The other aspect of it is some of these have different state funding. Some might be 100% state funding and some might have agency funding. So that's why that could be a reason why they're separated.
Member Hand, for the record, thank you.
For the record, Rick Morse, NDF. The number 7 project is the Ely Industrial Shop. So Ely is one of our conservation camps, And we do a lot of refurbishment out there, and we have for quite some time, which saves the division quite a bit of money by doing some of the alteration work or the upgrade work of refurbishing our own vehicles. And currently the bulk of that work is done outside on gravel. And of course, in the wintertime, it's pretty cold in Ely, even more so than here. So we're asking for a 5,000 square foot shop facility to be constructed to help us be able to renovate our fleets and also to keep our employees safer and more comfortable working in an inside environment, of course, or a more hospital environment to outside. And it's a lot easier to paint, of course, inside than it is outside. If there's any questions, I'll take them at this time. And my last project out of the top 10 is an emergency generator for the northern region. This is a pretty straightforward project, and actually I believe I actually have to get with Public Works because I didn't realize it till after we were done with this. We possess the generator already, and I think that the price included a new generator, so we'll have to work that out. But this is literally putting in a pad and doing the installation for the generator that you see in the picture. So I think it'll come down a little bit in cost. And this is just an emergency generator to keep the lights on and computers running for the regional headquarters in the north.
Memorandum for the record. So is that the 183,000 in the is the generator that you already own?
It is quoted right now at 702,448. That's a lot of money. Yeah. I believe that's what we have. Install emergency generator. That's why I believe that it's for a new generator. The generator was given to us and it works just fine. It's just never been installed.
Thank you.
Tim Hunt for the record. The next project is the construct flood control improvements at Cathedral Gorge.
Tim, thank you for letting us interrupt you. So Member Bentley has a question.
Oh, under that presentation, whose responsibility would it be to revise the budget quote that we have here?
Ken Lefevre for the record. That would be my shop at Public Works. So
Okay.
we'll take it up with the agency and get a revision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Hunt for the record. The last project is to construct flood control improvements at the Cathedral Gorge State Park. This was in essence, a dirt berm, not a engineered levee system adjacent to a large wash next to the park. In 2018, the large thunderstorms in the area created extreme flows, and the containment berm did fail, which flooded out and the entire campground. The berm was reestablished through risk management through the insurance. However, because it was not allowed to be improved at that time because of the process for insurance just restores in kind. So this project, it's approximately about 800 linear feet on the outside of the drainage, which requires the fortifications and armoring of the levee. Any questions? And the next project, restroom replacement at Cathedral Gorge State Park. This is an extremely old restroom facility that does not meet any accessibility requirements and is outused its useful life. This project would replace it with shower and restroom facilities, which it currently has. Any questions? And in addition to these capital improvement projects, we also have a large number of statewide programs projects that will be represented by the State Public Works Board. There are two projects that we'd like to specifically identify are the life safety issues on project number 23503. These are the fire suppression systems at the Walker River State Recreation Area. To bring these previously private structures into compliance with the state fire marshal, these projects are necessary. Any questions? Are there any questions on any projects that have been submitted that were not identified in the presentation?
Appears as though there are no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. member hand for the record. Good afternoon and welcome, Department of Corrections. As Susan just talked about the microphone, if you could each introduce yourselves when you begin to speak, so we get it in the records, that would be great. And we're gonna go ahead and ask that you present all your projects, and we'll save questions till the end. And does that work? See a lot of head nodding going on there. Okay, great. Well, thank you. The floor is yours. And the button on the bottom is the magic button.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Daniels, Director, Nevada Department of Corrections, and I'm very pleased to be here. I would like to identify the folks that are here presenting with me today. To my left, we have Dr. Ralph Wagner. He runs all of our facilities and anything and everything to do with our buildings and grounds. To my right, I have William Gitter. He goes by Bill. He is my Deputy Director of Operations, so he in essence runs our corrections force, and he supervises all of our wardens. And then to his right, we have Miss Lisa Lucas. She is a Deputy Director of Support Services, and so she deals with our technology, fiscal services, inmate accounts, and so on. So each of us have a little bit that we would like to share with you, and so we're looking forward to presenting what we want, presenting what we're trying to get. And can you hear me okay over there? Awesome. So go ahead and slide me on to the next one. So the very first thing I would like to discuss is what we're here for. And so the Department of Corrections has proposed 168 CIPs, of which 85 are presented herein. In addition to that, we have 37 SWPs, which will not be presented, and that'll be obviously for FY24 through FY25 to continue its missions of running our 18 facilities. Just give me a moment, I gotta get this better placed up. There we go. All right, so what you see on this slide right now is what we actually do. What exactly is our mission? Well, I'm going to tell you because I think it's important. Our mission is very simply, the Nevada Department of Corrections will improve public safety by ensuring a safe and humane environment that incorporates proven rehabilitation, initiatives that prepare individuals for successful reintegration into our communities. Is there a pitch or something going on? I need to move back?
I think if you push this back a little bit. Sir.
Oh, okay. We're gonna get it. There's a sweet spot. Is this it? I know, I was annoying myself. Like, what's going on? All right, very good. So anyway, that's our mission for the part that you heard, but more importantly, I need to talk to you about our vision because that's of equal importance. Our vision is to reduce victimization and recidivism by providing offenders with an incentive for self-improvement and the tools to effect change. The reality of it is, our big mission is to change society. When a person runs afoul of the laws, arrested and is held accountable, we're the third section of the judicial system. But once a judge hands them off to the Department of Corrections, we will endeavor to assess that individual, figure out what he needs to have addressed, if it's criminal behavior, criminal thinking, or he's got stuck with one of the isms, alcoholisms, the drugs, whatever it may be. It's our job to identify them, then put that individual on a track that also addresses the other issues, lack of education, lack of training, lack of any job skills, lack of even any desire to be immersed in our society and be productive. We do all that. So the goal is once we get them, we will hand them off to some form of supervision, prepared to remain out in society and not recidivate. We are looking at recidivism rates of reducing those at least by 30%. We would have already, in my opinion, been very closely there, but the problem with that right now is we were stuck like everybody else dealing with COVID. So we were vastly locked up and we were in a modified operations. But we're back in the business of, number one, saving lives and keeping society safe and making a difference. So in support of the requested CIPs, I would like take the time and the opportunity to discuss the importance of Overwatch as it relates to the need for updates to technology. You will see much later on, we are heavily vested in changing in technology, but as you know, if you're dealing with technology, it's an infrastructure issue. We really need to have a fundamental change in our ability to keep the public safe and obviously deal with our ability to rehabilitate these individuals, as well as keep our staff and the other offenders safe. It's important. So Overwatch is a corrections command and control platform utilizing technology as a force multiplier to mitigate staff shortages, inadequate technology, antiquated communication systems, and inadequate staff professional development. Therefore, it is imperative for us to illustrate the need for consideration and approval of the items listed. Essentially, the corrections industry nationwide is suffering from a declining cadet pool, which are new hires, and staff retention that can best be described as hemorrhaging. We do not have a workforce nearly what it was just 5 years ago, and nationwide, not here, every single corrections agency has the same issue. And there's several reasons why. Number one, like most of you know, corrections is not a sexy job. It's not something you aspire to be when you're 14 or anything of that nature. And so the people that tend to come to us are people who want to have be designated as a law enforcement official. All of our staff, our custodial staff, are post-certified, but they also want to serve, and they find their passion here. I've been in the agency, I've been in corrections for 35 years, and the only reason I'm here is because I love it. I have a passion. Typically, you will find our leaders feel the same way, but then our new staff, they get in and they get the feeling and they want to stay. But a lot of the younger folks no longer want to be a part of that. They want exciting things. They want technology. They want to shoot lasers. They do, well, I don't know, I'm a little too old to know what they do anymore, but nonetheless, they want to do whatever I like to do. So anyway, there's a lot going on and moving forward. So I'm going to appeal to the sense that we are changing corrections. I also happen to, believe it or not, be the leader of the technology division in our industry organization called CLA, Corrections Leaders of America. And what it is that this represents every single one of the state directors as well as the Federal Bureau of Prisons. And I'm leading that technology piece. One of the reasons why it's such a big deal, and I'm pointing that out, is it's impacting everyone. I know I said it, but you're gonna hear it some more. This is an industry issue and that we're trying to solve. So moving forward, let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to address. Thank you there. Thank you, Dr. Wagner. So we're going to be talking about populations projections as well as a master plan overview. Then we're going to go through our proposed CIPs. What's interesting about that, I will start out with the very first, but while I'm giving you the information, I'm still going to entwine what we are talking about as we reimagine corrections. And we want to be the leader in this reimagination, primarily because corrections cannot sustain itself without the humans that we need and the dedicated servants. So a lot of this will be building upon one another, and you'll notice a theme. They'll be either security related or technology related, because if we can't do those two, none of the rest of it matters. So let's go ahead and move on forward, Dr. Wagner. So let's go ahead and briefly talk about our population projections, which happen to be interesting. What happened to my stats? Okay, so we're going to talk about our population. And so anyway, let's look at our bed capacity. As you know, we measure our capacity by several things, facilities, but in addition to that, within each of those facilities, we have a certain amount of beds. And so right now, we project our bed capacity to be right now a little over 10,000. If we manipulate some of the bed space moving forward, and if we had to address it, we could manipulate some of it, but there's a huge issue right now. It's the type of facilities, and in many of these facilities, we have security issues. Our locks don't work, our frames don't work. We have a lot of issues that make what we do very porous and unsafe. And we need to be able to provide a safe environment for our staff to work, but also for the many individuals, the offenders who've come to us, who are paying for their their transgressions. They need to feel safe so that they can then come out and program and educate themselves and prepare themselves for their eventual reentry back into society. So our bid capacity right now is slightly over 10,000, and that is of August 7th moving forward. We do anticipate, though, that in spite of the fact that we have those beds, many of them won't be online for multiple reasons. Some are security related, but the other one is we don't have enough staff to monitor the inmates. So we have a disproportionate amount of beds that are up north, but we don't have staff to monitor them. So we have to close down housing units to get those individuals transferred down here. We have to then reassign many of them down to our southern institutions just so that we have enough staff to be able to actually keep everyone safe and to be able to respond to emergent situations. So let's briefly now take a look at our female population. We have 2 facilities that primarily house our female offender population. Down in Las Vegas, actually in the city of North Las Vegas, we have Florence McClure McClure Women's Correctional Center. And then we have a satellite camp for those that are transitioning out of a secure confinement to another type of arena in which they can program more, which would be our camp. And we have that currently in Jean. Jean is just somewhat maybe 15 miles south of Henderson, right off of I-15. And so we have a lot of folks out there. We have a lot of the females that have worked their way out. In many respects, many of them, they're programming, and many of them participate in our fire crews. They have their own fire crews down there. They do great work. Their efforts are just as robust as the male offenders, and we really appreciate the value that they bring to the state. So our female population continues to grow. But it's somewhat slightly different from what the males, what you will find with the males. But right now we're struggling because over the last 2.5 years, much of our inmate populations, whether it be the males and the females, it's aberrant because a lot of folks went through a long period of time. If you committed crime other than something heinous, you didn't even get arrested in COVID, you were given a ticket. And so a lot of the folks were still leaving on time, but we didn't have as many admitted when the court slowed down and so on. We expect that to change dramatically because now all of the criminal justice entities are back for the most part in full force. And so we do expect to see an increase in our inmate population as it relates to our female population as well as the males. Deputy Director Gitter, would you like to say something related to the population trends?
I would, sir. Thank you. Deputy Director Bill Gitter, for the record, Deputy Director of Operations. I think the critical piece I'd like to add at this point is that the southern institutions are managing the bulk of our workload because our northern institutions are so grossly understaffed. And that trend is continuing. So the bed capacity in the south will be more and more important to us as time goes on because the trend of us losing staff members, net losses, is continuing to this day. 16 officers this past pay period, 12 officers the pay period before, 9 officers the pay period before that. And that trend isn't showing any signs of declining. Where we have staff is in the south, and we're better able to retain them in the south. In the north, it is just a growing problem. So that bed capacity, and we'll talk about one project we'd like some help with in the near future to add more bed capacity in the south, is critically important to us. We don't believe that the trend of declining individuals willing to come to corrections is going to change anytime soon. The economy's at full employment. In July, the economy added 528,000 jobs in the United States. To me, I don't think one of those was in corrections because we certainly didn't see any gains. If that continues, our base of operations in the South and our ability to hire and retain personnel in the South better than in the north, dramatically better than the north, will be very important to our future safety and security. Sir?
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Gitter. So in addition to that, in terms of addressing the female population as well as the male population, we really need to ensure that we have that vital bed space down in our southern region, primarily because we just don't have individuals who want to work up north. They have other opportunities, sexy organizations like Tesla and Amazon, and you can't really blame some of these folks because we do work in a dangerous environment. And many of our facilities are way out, such as Lovelock, which is north of here, and Humboldt, and many of our camps are out in the middle of nowhere. So if we don't have staff to keep one another safe, as well as the community safe, as well as the offender safes, we would be doing a disservice if we kept those facilities up to capacity. It's just not a tenable situation. So as it relates to the male population, we're also looking at an increase in our male population. Now, some of the projections that we've had from some of the organizations that provide projections, which is always an independent party, have indicated that the numbers would go up, but at the onset of those projections, they went down. Part of that had to do with what the Sentencing Commission had done and really had a significant impact on the reduction of how long individuals would serve, especially for the offenses that weren't violent. A lot of the sentencing was reduced. However, now all of that's starting to catch up with us and the male offenders are coming back. And once again, now that the prosecutions have gone up, we're going to see a return with the upper projections. So as you look forward, we need to have that bed capacity. And with that capacity, we need to have housing units in which we can actually keep the individuals within those cells and keep those individuals confined to those housing units. We had a major incident back in December, and it was at one of our southern institutions. And it ended up being a major event that was covered by the media substantially, and we're still getting reports from that. But at the end of the day, all of that was as a result is that the inmates could kick themselves right outside their cells by just kicking the doors and walking on out. So then if you would give an order for you to lock down, they're just, yeah, whatever, what are you gonna do? And that's the type of issue, because that then turns into, obviously, violence and uses of force. And we're a very professional workforce. We send our folks to the academy, they're well trained, but when you have large groups of individuals that are setting fires and refusing to lock down, then you end up having to evolve into use of force. Fortunately, we have some very highly trained staff members, and we happen to have a professional CERT team, a response team, that went to that facility and assisted in getting control. But for a moment, we had lost control of our facility. And in the corrections arena, there is nothing worse. Our job, quite frankly, is to maintain control of our facilities, and when we lose control, it's to reestablish it. But all of that was preventable if we would have had locks and doors that actually did what they were supposed to do, which were to prevent egress and ingress. They failed, and then we had the individuals who filled emboldened, and then it resulted into a large-scale disturbance. So that's why this is so vitally important as we're going over the numbers. It's a safety and security situation, and I am responsible for all of my staff and those inmates. If anything were to happen to any of them, I'm the one that's going to address their families, whether it be offender or staff. I'm the one that has to look them in the eye and say, we did everything possible regarding the training, regarding the preparation for an emergent event, but I had failures with my infrastructure. It doesn't do any good for me to tell you we've been putting in for this for years. It doesn't do any good for me to tell you this, that your loved one was hurt and we've had projects on the books. The reality of it is your son or daughter or your loved one was hurt, or I couldn't keep your loved one that's been sent to prison, I couldn't keep them safe in an acceptable manner because we just didn't have the staff and we didn't have the features to keep those individuals locked up in an appropriate manner, commensurate with their security level. As you know, we have some medium security, low security, but we also have some guys that are just violent, and they're in prison for being violent, to include up to homicides and such. I have to be able to keep those individuals secure. Go ahead, next one.
Okay. For the record, Ralph Wagner, Chief Engineer. And I think I'm at a good distance here. Good.
To supplement that discussion and more background information, we're going to get into the master plan, which was developed by Public Works and released in 2016. You may be familiar with it, but it plays into what we just talked about, populations and how we deal with it and the inevitable increase in it. So there's, within that master plan, there's 6 major projects, and they have escalated substantially from the initial cost estimates that are in that document. And they're triggered by JFA Institute. We rely on them for long-term projections, and we'll get into some of that data. But before we go too far, I want to point out of those 6 major projects, they're spread out through our facilities, our major facilities. Clearly, the camps aren't going to get much attention in this regard. But at SDCC, we have 2 housing units. That's the number 1 for us, and that's shovel-ready. 3 years ago, we finished the design of it, and at that time, Director Zarenda thought that we were in good shape with the programs and that type of thing, but I think the director will reinforce it. But long-term, it makes sense for reasons that's already been talked about, that we have a shortage of staffing, and if we can move closer to a population like Vegas, 2.5 million, clearly much easier to staff than out at Ely, and more so Wells and Humboldt and those far-out areas. So long-term, it's almost inevitable that we're going to migrate more and more of our offenders to the south, to Las Vegas, where we have, 2.5 million people to draw from for staffing. So to that extent, this project is, and it's enormous. I'll get to it here. It's item number 43. We want to get that funded, but it'll dwarf the funding that's available through bonding. But when I do get to it, we'd like to have the board's endorsement when we go to solicit monies from ARPA, which we plan on do here in the short term. That may be a unique, large funding source that could actually fund that $152 million debt. And with regards to your board, the suggestion is possibly contribute $5 million, add that from our packet of bonding money. I know that it's worked well in the past when we had a classroom project up at Prison Industries High Desert with the simulators that Caterpillar provided. Dieter was able to give us $230,000 to go towards that project. And so that was a blending of funding that I know the governor at the time endorsed well. So possibly that's another twist. Don't want to dwell on that too long, but I'm going to move on and again show you population numbers that trigger this master plan. And so here's data from 2016 and 2027. Clearly an upward trend. There's no reason to doubt it. Those numbers are pretty exact. They're down to the nearest inmate, but I think you'd have to round those off. But they're still defendable to our situation now. It's inevitable that we're going to need, especially in the south, more beds. Here's male population growth. It's consistent with the upward trend we just talked about. And some photos of overcrowding to further supplement it. So I'm going to touch on briefly, not spend much time with it, especially on, there's 6 projects here. So they're there for, just for completeness, not to dwell on at this time, except for that one project that I've already talked about somewhat. But at Women's, they need a warehouse and other facilities. That's all part of the master plan. And here's that major project that's shovel ready. It's fully designed. And it will include, if you look through the fine print, there's 168 cells per housing unit. You do the math, that's 300 and, have to do the math, 336 cells altogether, or about over, times 2, if we get, that's our maximum amount, 2 beds per cell. So that would put us in the 650 range of additional inmates that we could support with that project. So it's, of all the master plans, it's clearly on the top of our list, and I believe Public Works' list as well. And then CC has several facilities that are needed, but again, not at this time. Prison 8, I might refer to the acting administrator of Public Works. He designed it, I believe, right? You were pretty much close to it.
Kent Lefevre, for the record, yes, I was the architect of record on that project.
And the price tag has gone up since you finished it.
Yes,
I think we were quoted in the master plan around 300 million, and you can probably multiply by at least 2 at this juncture. But that facility would also play well in the south. It's just down the hill from High Desert is where it would be located. And it's a desert out there, as they say. We've got a lot of space, and this would be another contribution to that and play well into the long-term plans of bringing more and more staff and offenders into that area. Three Lakes, that's also in that area. That's a newer facility. It's a camp, but it's got plenty of space around it too for expansion. But again, that's another day. And up at Stewart Camp, up north, is also made the master plan. So with that, I want to spend some time talking about the CIP process that we used internally. Basically, it's an 18-month effort. We're in month 8 right now. So we won't see the first dollar approved until July 1 of next calendar year. So it's a lengthy process, and just to introduce it to how we go about looking at our projects and developing them, because we tend to submit a large number. Last biennium, I think it was around 178, and this time it was 168. And those really are needs that we have. We recognize that the bonding money can't take care of it, and we bat around 10-15% historically. But nonetheless, they're true needs, and we think it's important that we document them to demonstrate that. But here's some abbreviations you're somewhat familiar with that you may want to refer to as you study the RCIPs in more depth. And here's our personnel abbreviations, just to facilitate your review. The vetting process, I'll just go through that quickly, but January of this calendar year, it started, the 18-month process, and the wardens, assistant wardens, lieutenants, ASOs, and facility supervisors, they get together at each of the facilities and develop what their needs are, and then rank them. Then they send them to me as chief engineer, and I merge them into a single set of priorities. And of course, as you might expect, our major facilities get the most attention. It's rare that a camp will get a major funding, just by sheer numbers. They're just smaller facilities and that type of thing. So they're all ranked. This time is, like I said, around 170 of them. And then they sent to the executive team, comprised of the director and deputy directors. They look through them at this juncture. The director, as he's already kind of alluded to, is that he's got a paradigm shift in how he envisions going about management. That's that reimagine that you've heard about. There's a document out there, and I'm sure he'll get into it, respond to any questions you have on it. But that triggered their input, and as Public Works will know, we presented it to them, and it was a definite difference, because it was a major twist to what we normally submit. But in that regard, we're quite pleased with how the resultant ranking and CIPs that we received from Public Works were given to us in the last month or so. So they had, I think it's something like 3 to 4 months once they receive our proposed CIPs to go through some rigor to do a 2-page cost estimate. And I believe you have that in front of you, that level of detail that breaks down the individual cost and then a description of each project. And that takes a fair amount of work. They need to typically come out to our facilities, have discussions with us. And so to that extent, I just might add that in my 5 years with the department, I just to see a good working relationship we have with the staff over at State Public Works. They are examples we had up at Ely. Dee Dee Gitter will remember this. We had a break in the hot water line, and we had to remove the offenders from housing units 7, 8, and 12. And we that was an emergency, and we contacted Public Works, and we got that funded with monies in a similar but different CIP to take care of the short-term repairs, and then subsequently the hot water loop got funded in the last biennium. And that's all reflects this ongoing interaction that we have and the quick response that we tend to get when we do get into those emergency situations. So I'm just finish this up. So now we're here with the presentation to the board, and that's the vetting process. To that extent, I'm going to turn it back over to the director for his input on the next slides.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Let's talk about the philosophy here for a moment, only because I want to reemphasize why we need what we need and why they're ranked together. But even before I do that, I do want to thank you. Your level of responsiveness whenever we have a situation in which we need some help right away, we can't afford it, we need something fixed. From the very beginning, when I even met Dr. Wagner, he says, listen, whenever we have something major, the state will come through. He says, we have a lot going on, and there's a lot that won't get done, but if we absolutely, positively need them overnight, they will come. And that's been proven over and over again, so I just once again want to thank you for their efforts and the role that you all play in this state with very limited resources. And we know, in many respects, everyone needs everything, but how often do you all get a pat on the back for doing your job? So thank you very much for that. So let's now talk about the philosophy. I felt very strongly, and I had told Dr. Wagner and the team, I was going to be somewhat repetitive because I have to bring home the moment. Our focus of the proposed CIPs is clearly on the recent NDOC's reimagined philosophy that includes implementing more technologies, for example, surveillance systems, to offset the difficulty that we have in recruiting as well as maintaining staff while improving our overall performance. The philosophy continues to be driven by considerations of safety and security of our staff and the offenders. And I could have just easily written in there, the issue is also about public safety and your safety. If we can't maintain those individuals, especially our violent ones, then you're in jeopardy out in the community going about your day-to-day lives. But I also want to point out something more. We are by law, by the U.S. Constitution, we are required to provide safe and humane conditions and provide protective custodial care for our inmates, our offenders. The Eighth Amendment, think about it, this is an amendment. It's a right for all the Americans, for anyone that's locked up in our country, that we provide safe and humane conditions. And we endeavor to do that, and we see it as a failure anytime we cannot do that. Because we have the knowledge and the know-how, our industry is very good. The corrections industry is very good at doing what it does, but it requires us to have appropriate equipment, we have an ability to sequester and/or protect the individuals in our care. And I believe we do a good job about it. But right now, unfortunately, we're down to making miracles happen every day and every shift. And so I want this to be emphatic as I move forward. We have 40 initial proposed CIPs, of which 168 CIPs were highlighted and intended to reflect the recent paradigm shift in our philosophy. So I'm going to transition into what we're actually proposing, and I'm going to do number 1 through 5. But if you were to look across the top, the one thing I would ask that you pay attention to is that this is really all about doors and locks and disrepair. No matter what we do, if we are legitimately interested in providing safe and humane conditions, we have to have the ability to maintain the offenders in a manner consistent with their need for security. 1 through 5, what we're saying is we need those doors and we need those locks. It's imperative, it's basic for corrections. When you remove an individual from society and say you're going to be removed as the adult timeout for a certain period of time, well, just getting them there is just the start. But being able to deal with the issues that they all bring to the table, especially the more violent ones, or the individuals who can't seem to take care of themselves. Maybe there's a decline in their mental issues and they don't do well functioning with others and they can be manipulated. At the core of this, we went back and said, what do we do? What is our job? What are we supposed to do in this environment? And we've got to keep people where we need to keep them. So if you were to look at what we're asking for, 1 through 5 is very simple. This is safety and security of the humans in our confines, and that includes our staff as well. And so we really need this money. We need to be able to fortify this. And this is the time when also thank you for re-looking at what we had initially submitted and allowed us to reprioritize in groups that are very safety and security related. And we know that you didn't have to do that. We appreciate the fact that these rankings are right where we wanted them. This is our wheelhouse. We can't go to Plan B until we take care of Plan A. Deputy Director Gitter, would you like to elaborate on this?
Thank you, Deputy Director Bill Gitter, for the record. I'd like to add that first project, the Doors and Locks project at Southern Desert, that is directly related to that large disturbance that we had last December. As staffing levels fall, offenders have to wait longer for services. We do everything, we ensure that we house them in safe and humane conditions, but as staffing falls, delays occur. That puts stress on the offender population. And when the offender population gets stressed, they don't follow rules and regulations as they should. If we can't fundamentally keep the doors and locks secure, if enough of them do not want to follow our instructions, get stressed, then they can get out of those cells and cause a disturbance. And that's what happened. Those doors and locks were supposed to go through a CIP fix a decade earlier, but that got put on an off-ramp somehow, and it never came back up. 3 units at that institution were repaired. Those doors and locks were brought up to standard, but the other 3 units were not, and the unit that this occurred in was one of those 3 units. That's why that priority, or that project, is the #1 priority across the department, because we have the most risk there. The next projects are security surveillance projects from 2 through 9. And that's to put fixed saturated camera systems across all of our institutions so that we can keep the officers that are currently working safer on the job, so that we can send resources to stop incidents before they happen and erupt into violence. Right now, we simply don't have that capability across our department, and we need to establish that. That's why they're so high on our priority list this time around.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Gitter. But I would also, at this point, like to reintroduce Deputy Director Lucas, and I would like you to expound a little bit upon why the camera system requires such a overhaul of the infrastructure and the ability for us to take care of that equipment.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Lisa Lucas, Deputy Director, Support Services. For the record, as the director mentioned, so the cameras that we currently have, a lot of them, they're old, they're outdated, they're failing. We have units that don't even have cameras, and we have camps that are going out and buying their own because they don't have anything, so we have this hodgepodge mix. If we do get replacements, we maybe only get 20, 50, and that's not nearly enough. And it's a safety issue. A lot of the offenders know where there aren't cameras, so that becomes an issue as well, so that's where they go. But it's a huge safety and security issue with failing equipment that we can't keep up anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Lucas. This is Director Daniels again for the record. So if you were to look at the next few, going from, was it?
The next, items number 10 through 15 are doors and locks.
Yes, so items number 10 through 15 are doors and locks. Notice that we did not mix these all throughout the 168 projects. We need to re-emphasize what we do, and that is keeping the state safe by being able to secure those that are in our charge. Go to so many facilities. We can't do anything with this unit or this group of cells because the locks don't work or the frames are bent. And for what we do, this is cataclysmic. We have to get back to those basics. We have to deal with it. When we're looking at any of our major incidents, almost all of them are precluded by failure in either the physical plant or the tools we use in the physical plant to include our mechanisms to secure individuals and keep them separated. So once again, we have that emphasis. We could have put so many other issues up higher and ranked them higher, but if we can't execute our core mission by keeping those there at those facilities safe, then we have failed. And so once again, I really like to appeal to each of you that this, as you can see, this is a package. This is something that we just have to get right. And some of the other things, we may be able to move back, but not the core, not the essential tools of what we need to do to keep one another safe. And so I just wanted to go ahead and repeat that. Ralph.
You got the next two slides.
All right.
16 through 20. There you go.
So let's talk about a few more things that we need. First of all, we do have firing ranges. Our staff have to qualify on our weapon systems every year, multiple times per year. And right now, of course, one of those tools is to have a firing range where you can not only teach, but also ensure that these individuals qualify and they maintain a proficiency. For every single one of our staff, any of them at any given time may be required to escort an offender to a local hospital or to another facility or transport this individual to the courts. We have to be able to maintain those facilities. Unfortunately, our facilities are not up to par. By any stretch of any imagination in any organization in which there is a requirement to have trained personnel and proficient in firearms, we are neglecting our team. And by such, we are neglecting the citizens of the state of Nevada. We really need to get our facilities fixed. We need to have a well-built, well-maintained firing range with the appropriate size berms and an ability to receive the brass and to ensure that we can deal appropriately with the lead that would be discharged either out in the desert or in the dirt, or unfortunately even get to the water table, which we have to protect at all costs. Our staff deserve better. They need to have better equipment. They need to be able to go out and train in conditions in which they're not out in the blazing sun in the middle of the desert all the time. So once again, I would like to appeal to each and every one of you that if you want a professional workforce, which we have post-certified staff. If you wear a uniform, you're post-certified, but we need to provide them with the tools so they're not out struggling trying to train in the middle of the day, and then you have lanes of fire that you can't use because the berms have broken. You have splintered woods and logs. We have to get that piece right. So once again, I do appeal to you for that. And then, of course, the other issue as you look into the next one, number 17, replace HVAC systems. And then you're going to start seeing a lot of these issues come up. As you know, it's hot down south. It gets hot up here, but it's really hot down south. And we really do need to, if we're going to maintain the offenders as well as our staff and safe and humane conditions, part of that is ensuring that we can have facilities in which they're not in there sweltering and baking all day long. Right now at our women's facility, our HVAC system it just does not do the job. We hear the complaints every day. We say we're working on it, and we do a great job at patching and getting the HVAC systems up and running for a few more days or a few more weeks, but we always circle back around. We really need to get these the HVAC systems replaced. In addition to that, if you go to High Desert State Prison, then you're also dealing with the underground piping system. As you know, anywhere over time, pipes will break. It's my understanding that when they were purchased, we probably didn't purchase the best available, which is understandable to be fiscally responsible, but these pipes are now well beyond their life cycle, and they're starting to rupture, and we can't do what we need to do, and then it causes issues with the offender population because, hey, come on, our pipes don't work, we don't have any water pressure, things are failing, and we hear it, and we do the best that we can, but we could run a much smoother operation if we were to get that replaced, as well as look at all of their mechanical equipment replacement and as well as to the upgrades to our recreation yards. Dr. Wagner, would you like to elaborate on those at all?
I can add to that. In particular, the HVAC systems that's referring to, what we're down south, we have, High Desert, and 30% of the women's facilities are cooled with evaporative cooling. This year is poignant because it's one of our more severe monsoon seasons. So from mid-July, early July to sometime in September, we have rainstorms. We've made national news. You saw the casino with the leakage through it, whatever, but that's an artifact of that monsoon effect. Well, evaporative coolers work when it's dry, and if we have our 15% humidity, then we can evaporate water, then they can kind of work. But there's a reason the housewives in Las Vegas won't, including mine, don't like evaporative coolers, especially during that 2-month span that we're going through now. You can't evaporate water as you approach 80% or above humidity, and if you can, you get very low performance. So I just recall that when I first showed up, we were working on the development, renovation of Housing Unit 8 over in Southern Desert. And Warden Howell was sitting there. And his one comment kind of stuck with me. He says, we should keep our offenders in a good living environment, which that, in my mind, means traditional air conditioning. It's like a hornet's nest in my mind. You don't want to stir it up unnecessarily. And so that's what these HVAC systems, especially at High Desert and at Women's, to convert those EVAPs, because not only for that reason I just mentioned, water shortage, I can do the quick math for you. At the High Desert, we spend an extra 100 gallons per day per person to run those EVAPs. If you look in the data, every person in the country typically, I think, uses between 125 and 150 gallons a day. So that's a big amount of water usage, and it's almost potable. When it hits our evaporative media at High Desert, when it becomes all clogged up, that's well water that we send right to our wastewater ponds. It's a shame. We spend 300,000 gallons, maybe 400,000 gallons a day into those wastewater ponds for no great reason. And that's that evaporative cooling. Their initial costs are less, but when we look at quality of life and we look at maintenance costs, it's clear to me that traditional air conditioning is where we need to go, especially in the south. So that's my main theme on that discussion. With regards to the underground planning, the underground pipe planning, Yeah, that is a requisite. High Desert was built in the year 2000, and so it's 22 years old, and we have a leak up there now that we can't find, and we can get along without it. You know, we're losing gallons per day, but it's one of those where the resources, we can't go find it without digging up the whole loop, which goes around the whole facility, so we just live with a minor leak, which is not good practice. So that's my input on those. I'll turn it back to the director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wagner. Director Daniels, for the record. So as we move on, the next you'll see up at Lovelock, this is on 21 through 25, we have upgrade recreational enclosures. And some folks may wonder, well, what in the world would you have that this high for? So here's the idea. Some of our offenders require enhanced monitoring and access to other offenders, typically because they're violent, they're dangerous, they're a threat to others, they have extraordinary impulse control issues, and they resolve everything through violence. So we can't have them in our general population, nor can we have them go out on the yard and recreate with the other offenders, because they will tell you right up front, let me get near someone. Well, I just enjoy this. This is what I do. So we are required by the Constitution and statute in our own state that we need to ensure the other ones are safe, which means we have to sequester these individuals. So when they come out and they recreate, which they're entitled to daily, at a minimum, at least 1 hour a day, we take them out and allow them an opportunity to recreate. But we have to build what we call recreation enclosures. They're certain height, they're a certain length, and they have a top and they have locks. So yes, they get to go outside, they get to recreate, but we can't put them with anyone else. Well, up at our northern facility, our recreation enclosures are shot. You can't keep anyone in them. They're hard to utilize. Some of them are completely online, and the other ones, quite frankly, will be offline pretty soon. But we can't have those individuals who cannot control their violence and their desire to want to hurt others. We can't leave them out there. But we are required to still ensure that they have access to recreation, to which we firmly agree. So we really need to get those recreation enclosures either rebuilt or fixed or added. We need some relief in this endeavor, and we're hoping you now understand, because most people reading that would say it's fairly innocuous and yeah, recreation enclosures. No, this is serious, and we do want to keep everyone safe. At this moment now, Deputy Director Gitter, he's going to discuss the armory replacement at Southern Desert Correctional Center. Deputy Director Gitter.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bill Gitter, for the record. This next priority belongs to the armory at Southern Desert Correctional Center. Without being overly specific for safety and security concerns, this particular armory is in need of an upgrade for security, space, and safety concerns to the level that we need this to happen. Other armories are sustainable. However, this one is in significant need of improvement, and we would ask that the board assist us with that initiative during this biennium. Thank you. Director?
All right. I'm now going to thank you once again, Director Daniels, for the record. Next is at High Desert State Prison. We need to ensure shower enclosures in those housing units 9, 10, 11, and 12. One of the more difficult issues we struggle with at High Desert State Prison is that when we have to go to modified operations or we need to have a unit that's a little bit more secure, we then have to take the individual inmates out of each cell and take them then to the shower facilities. You can clearly imagine that every time we have to take one of those individuals out of the cells and take them to shower, in the event they want to either become disruptive or violent, they have that access to be able to do it because they're no longer in their individual cells, and we have to escort them to the shower unit. A particular note, our staff are vulnerable in this arena also because you have to take them out, put restraints on the individuals, and walk them across to the shower units. We need to do better. we really need to get, number one, the showers fixed, and then there's also a desire to be able to put the individual showers in the cells. That way we don't have to take the individuals out all the time and then have them exposed to, our staff be exposed to violent individuals, and also our inmates who feel as if they need additional protection, yet they're violent as well. We can really limit the exposure that they have to other offenders, as well as my staff can really cut back on the exposure that they have to the individual offenders.
Director, may I add at this point?
Yes.
That those particular shower locks are a component part of our doors and locks necessity. We have had multiple incidents where those locks, as they were originally designed, have been defeated, and that has caused our staff to be injured. As the director alluded, one inmate needs to be protected from another inmate perhaps, and that would also put offenders at risk if those locks are circumvented. And unfortunately, they just weren't built with the security needs in mind that we actually have in those close custody units in 9 through 12 at High Desert.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Gitter. This is Director Daniels once again for the record. So now I'd like to transition into Lovelock renovate their firing range. The same reasons exist. We want a well-trained workforce, and they're required by their certification, post-certification, peace officer standards and training requirements that are state requirements. We need to have the appropriate facilities to ensure that our staff can remain proficient and be able to qualify, because those individuals will be out in the community, and you certainly don't want an individual who's not properly trained or hasn't had the type of quality training that we need. So I would appreciate you all taking another look at that. And then we need to transition back down to Northern Nevada Correctional Center, the installation of recreational enclosures. The other issue I would point out is that some of the individuals that are confined with us, they require protection. They can't be others. For whatever reason, they have significant threats against their lives, or they don't feel they can function with the other offenders because either, in their opinion, they're not tough enough, or the other guys are too scary. They just don't have the confidence to be able to do anything other than have themselves sequestered in a cell. So once again, we use the recreation enclosures for them as well. If they just refuse to hit what we would call our pond compound and work their way into the inmate population, as we call it, mainline with the others, so then we need an environment to be able to take care of them. And as time goes on, we're continuously asked to do more to keep the offender safe, to which I do not disagree, by the way. I don't care who you are, you have the right to be protected, and you have the right to be able to do your time and eventually re-enter society. And it's our job to get you there to the other side, hopefully rehabilitated, and hopefully with some job skills and other vocational training efforts. But nothing starts unless a person feels safe. And that's another reason why I'm appealing to you to ensure that we get those recreation enclosures, and they're not a minor issue.
For the record, Chief Engineer Ralph Wagner. I'm going to finish these top 40, which we think are important that we focus on those top 40. As we mentioned a few times, we submitted a total of 168, I think it was the count. And in this document, we terminated that at 85. But the top 40, we spent a little more extra time on. And I also want to just point out to you, in those top 40, we did that internal ranking that you'll see at the top that shows what we've said several times today already, and you're quite familiar with. But safety and security are our top priorities that drive our decision-making on all of these higher priority CIPs. That goes right to the top for reasons that the director and deputy directors have talked about. But also infrastructure and energy are consideration, as well as we do an approximate cost range to kind of get an idea of that. So just to draw your attention to it. So I'll hit on the next 5. Recreational enclosures, we've touched on that to point out that the Warm Springs facility is a smaller facility up north, and that's why it's ranked somewhat lower than some of these other ones that have already been mentioned about recreational enclosures, but the theme is the same. At Northern Nevada Correctional Center, to renovate the regional medical facility boiler plant. Again, you'll see in our ranking that we give that high marks for energy savings as well as infrastructure. It's not a direct safety and security issue, but it's still a necessity. And to that extent, you might be aware of, but we've enjoyed the installation of complete new boiler facilities at 3 major facilities: Northern Nevada Correctional Center, Lovelock Correctional Center, and Ely State Prison. All 3 of them have, because of this process, they're nearly all up and running, and that is a wonderful thing because that triggers space heating and domestic hot water usage, and they're highly sophisticated. So we're thankful for that. And so when I see boilers, we don't have much to complain about. This is just a smaller version of that, but nonetheless, it's important to the overall maintenance of our facility, as you know. The next, number 28, the chiller and hot water components at again, that's consistent with the heating and cooling necessities, and Lovelock is a major facility, so that deserves that attention. The next one, the director hit on some of the HVAC systems in earlier priorities, and I touched on the need for it. And it's probably important to point out that in the south, evaporative cooling, in my mind, is a detriment. We need to move away from it. We just can't keep, well, not only what I didn't mention, not only is the offenders are uncomfortable and we're borderline with the OSHA temperature and humidity requisites, our staff has to work in those facilities. And the inmates, the offenders, especially the males, they can maybe get by without a shirt, but our staff is fully clothed and many times vested. So they really suffer, and I've talked to them, and those that worked at High Desert and migrated to Southern Desert, where we have water source heat pumps for a lot of our facilities, graphic difference. I mean, you can do your own little survey, but that's a big deal. So when I see HVAC systems, I think it's important to point that out. But the other thing is, up north, evaporative cooling, not so bad. I mean, the cooling load up there isn't near what we have down in Southern Nevada. And so, and the humidity, I don't think, well, I'm almost sure you don't have the monsoon effect that we get, that dissipates as it moves north. It's coming out of the Pacific. Tucson gets hit by it every summer. Phoenix gets some of that, and if it goes north and west, we get it, and that's what it did this year, but it dissipates another 400 miles. So evaporative cooling up there works, but it is high maintenance, and that Warm Springs facility is very old, so that's why we need that renovation. At NNCC, again, another recreational yard. I won't hit on that very long for reasons that's already been talked about, the need to have those enclosures to control our inmates. It's all part of control and to keep our staff safe and secure, which is the 2 drivers in our overall considerations. The next set of 5, domestic hot water, Southern Nevada. That's worth pointing out some detail on that. We've had an ongoing issue. We have some blend of geothermal working through a plate and frame heat exchanger that we're able to get 10 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe less benefit. So it's that much cooler in the summer and that much warmer in the winter, but it's only 10 degrees Fahrenheit. But that goes into this brand of water source heat pumps, Templifiers, which we have Train brand in the bulk of the housing units at Southern Desert. but these templifiers are used for domestic hot water, like laundry, like culinary. And we've had grievances. We've supplemented them with water heaters to get by, but that whole system needs to be redone. And we would be quite content with a traditional boiler system like we enjoy. I just talked about it at our 3 major facilities. But nonetheless, that's an ongoing problem and that's what we hope to do with that one. And we do have, well, we were just at a judicial meeting last month, and that came up as a topic, a grievance that we have to deal with. And we'd like that to go away. Next topic, next CIP, culinary plumbing. I've been up there. Dee Dee Gitter can testify. It's not good. We got a crawl space, about a 4-foot crawl space, and you can just see the degradation of that plumbing underneath our culinary. And as it turns out, we have a floor with another issue, but it tends to leak, and that contributes to it. So that's of all the things at Ely, we got many of them taken care of, but that's a major one. Up at Lovelock, culinary floor, it's somewhat self-explanatory. Don't need to spend a lot of time on that. Florence McClure, water controls, which we have found to be very successful. We've got a set of them going in the Southern Desert. They work so well up at Ely State Prison that it restricts the amount of flow we have in our wastewater system. We almost can't get the sludge out there because these water-saving devices have cut water usage by 50% or more. And what happens, the offenders, especially on the male side, and so this is females that we're talking about, but they will just be sit there and run the showers and the toilets and the sinks just constantly. And these systems will give you 2 flushes an hour, that type of thing. So they really make sense and they work real well. So just moving along, replacing water heaters at Casa Grande, that's at our administration building. Again, that's self-explanatory. They're dated and they, just like everything with moving parts, they have a finite life and they've exceeded it. The next set of 5 are involve the firing range, and we've already submitted a couple of them. I might just add to it that we're dealing with OSHA out there at Southern Desert Correctional Center. We have lead in the ground, and we're shooting lead into lead. Lead in the air is not a good thing. I'm pretty sure we can make a strong case that groundwater contamination is not going to be the issue, but air contamination could be. But nonetheless, that's the firing range business. We need to have those upgraded to OSHA standards, and they're getting more and more familiar with our degraded fire ranges.
Dr. Wagner, let me interject about the firing ranges. Deputy Director Gitter, for the record, again. The firing ranges have multiple problems, all of our 3 major firing ranges. And it's more than just the OSHA issues with lead reclamation and possible ricochet issues that we're dealing with right now that has taken the Southern Desert Range offline temporarily. Range tactics and range training with lethal firearms has continued to evolve. And it's today the techniques and practices that we should be training on the range to enable an officer to de-escalate situations and practice those techniques instead of resorting to a firearm too fast can't be trained on adequately on a simple 25-meter or 50-meter static range. You need the ability to shoot, move, and communicate and train officers to do things in a manner consistent with our established standards, today's standards, as far as the use of lethal force. Our ranges are 30 years old. They were designed for basic tactical competence on the standards of the day when they were built. They're no longer adequate in any way, shape, or form. If we expect our officers to comport to our use of force standards and today's expectations, we really have to upgrade these ranges commensurately. And that's what we're asking to do. We need to bring them up to speed with today's standards so that we can more adequately train our officers to use lethal force in a manner consistent with today's standards of practice. Thank you, Dr. Wagner.
For the record, Ralph Wagner, Chief Engineer. I'm going to move on to number 37, upgrade electrical service. That's timely because at 8:20 p.m. on last Thursday, we lost all power to High Desert, Southern Desert, and Three Lakes. And Creech Air Force Base allegedly lost all their power. That's from a monsoon storm, I believe. Wind, rain, for whatever reason. High Desert initially had some trouble kicking back on, but it did kick on our backup generating system. Yeah, we're in good shape up there. At Southern Desert, it took another 3 hours to get that system back up and running. The backup generators are there, except for housing units 11 and 12, which would this take care of in this CIP. But that was the real issue, when you lose all power to control inmate population. So that's a little scary, and so it's timely that, in the sense that that scenario exists just a few days ago. The next item, advanced planning for NNCC, culinary and bakery. That's again typically what's done for larger projects. Public Works likes to spend 2 years and evaluate if they anticipate. I believe if it goes over 10 million, I think that's when they and they feel necessary there, and that's their call. The next one, replace cell toilets and housing units. This one I didn't appreciate as much, but we were talking about Southern Desert. We keep talking about it, that event that occurred last December, and that's the reason it's number one on our list, is because we had a major event out there. But in touring that facility, I didn't realize it, but if you take porcelain toilets, those become weapons when you fracture them. And they're real trouble. So we want to convert to stainless steel, which is part of this CIP. And then at Lovelock, that's number 40, and that's an artifact of the planning that was done last biennium for that wastewater system. And so that it makes sense to go forward once we've got the plan all pretty well developed, and the ponds, of course, have a finite life, and that has will improve the wastewater system up there. So having said that, we're going to transition into a little bit more rapid discussion of the next, 45 CIPs. I won't spend much time on them. They're documented in your report. And I think somewhat self-explanatory, and I'd rather use whatever remaining time we have for questions and answers. But I do want to go back to number 43. That's that monster project, shovel-ready, the $152 million housing unit, which plays well with the overall theme that we've been talking about today, with the reimagined how we go about management of our facilities. And it's certainly much easier to recruit out of 2.5 million people than it is, for instance, at Ely. And we're seeing that the need to reduce that population and send them down to our facilities at Southern Desert and High Desert. And this would certainly help. As I mentioned, close to 700 beds would be made available, and it's shovel ready. And so what I'd like to have you take note of is we are going to submit that to ARPA within the next few days, I believe. But I'd like to be able to say we have your endorsement of that. Plus, well, let me restate that. That ARPA thing, as I understand it, it may be a month or so to where we've already heard whether or not, what your recommendations are going to be. But what I'd like to see is a token amount, something like, not small, but let's say 5 million, just throw a number out there. Something that we could show the ARPA people that we have joint funding for it. Like I think I mentioned that earlier today, how that worked well in another project. But the endorsement would probably be the bigger thing if we have you look at the master plan and see how that plays into our long-term strategy and how we reimagine managing the offenders for the future. So I'm going to, I don't know that it, I think I'll just come back to it if it comes up in questions and answers as you go through these, because these are, of course, only half of what we submitted. And when we did submit them, I encouraged Public Works to focus on the first half and not the latter half. Not that they weren't necessary for reasons I talked about. I like to have it documented. So I think we dwarf the other departments and the number ones that we submit. But those are real, they're real projects. And we need to get them on for the record so we can show, we had to go in front of IFC and for media out at High Desert for those evaporative coolers. And it was good that we could point to the number of issues that we have up there and the need for that type of support. And we were successful in getting $233,000 in part because we had such a backlog of needs. So just marching through these, I think I'm going to leave it like that and turn it back to the director for any closing remarks, and then we'll be available for questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wagner. I really appreciate that. Prior to me giving my closing remarks, though, I would like to turn this over one more time to Deputy Director Lisa Lucas, and she has some comments prior to turning it back over to me.
Thank you, Director. Lisa Lucas, Deputy Director, Support Services, again for the record. So I just want to reemphasize the need for the surveillance cameras. Obviously, there's a reason we put it 2 through 9. It's a safety issue. But also, it goes against our cameras are old. They take up a lot of storage space. They take up a lot of bandwidth. So going to newer cameras that have better compression rates, that will help with our limitations on our bandwidth storage. So not only will we be replacing some, we put in cameras where we don't have any. And with the newer cameras that come out, they have features that they currently don't have. And for instance, some of them have thermal cameras. So we could see, in locations that we may not have good lighting or something, it would pick that up. Other things that they have, this would just help us enhance, expand, and ensure critical incidents are caught on camera. I don't know if you know how much storage surveillance footage takes up, but it's a lot. And with old storage equipment, it keeps filling it up, and then there's certain stuff we have to keep on file for certain periods of time. So it is critical for security and safety, but also to help out with our IT and technology. It'll help us save on bandwidth, all that. Thank you.
Director, before you take over, I'd like to add, I was at Ely State Prison. I was a vacation relief sergeant at the time that we put a fixed camera system in that facility, and we saw a 5-fold decrease in the amount of spontaneous uses of force after adding the camera systems. It makes prisons safer. That's how important they are to us. They keep our staff safer, they keep our inmates safer, and we don't have that capability across our department, and that one thing keeps everybody honest, is that important to our operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Gitter. I do have a few closing remarks, and then of course I will certainly avail my team and I for any questions that you may have concern. Chairperson, Hand, and the rest of the board, we need your help. It's just that plain and simple. I am so proud of the 2,200 men and women who comprise the professional workforce of the Nevada Department of Corrections. What's interesting about me sharing with you that pride is that I wish I could reference the 3,000 correctional professionals. We should have, but we're approximately 800 short. 800 short. These men and women spend 25 to 35 years of their careers running to danger, never away, with the understanding they will encounter a violent offender who has lost self-control. My staff are heroes, but there's only so much they can do. My staff are certified heroes every single day, running to danger. I applaud them with all my heart. I have 35 years in corrections. These men or women are doing with the least amount I've ever had as a corrections leader to provide my staff. We give them the best training, we give them our time, but we need the ability to appropriately secure our facilities and to keep everyone involved safe. I just wanted to extend that on behalf of all my staff, and I also want to extend to anyone that's watching this. We recognize that you all have a struggle trying to decide who gets what, and I appreciate that. And when we leave here, we will not complain. It will be what it is. So I want to extend that to you in recognition of the tough choices each of you must make. So thank you for your service as well. And to my team, who I know adore our staff and will do anything for them, I want to thank you for being here as well. Whether it be combating continuing criminal activity or keeping people safe, you can rest assured the men and women who comprise the workforce of the Nevada Department of Corrections deserve your support, and we'll continue to move forward regardless of what happens. So thank each and every one of you for your service as well, and we are now prepared to take questions.
Member Hand, for the record, thank you for the presentation. And what questions do we have?
Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 4 years ago, there was a emphasis on cameras from corrections. And when we got into the session, we learned that body cams had not been fully deployed. So my question is, have you been able to deploy everything that's been given to you by the legislature before you go ask for more cameras?
Lisa Lucas, Deputy Director, Support Services, for the record. So I inherited the body cam issue. And I am happy to say that, yes, we have worked with Motorola, and they are exchanging our old body cameras for newer equipment, no cost. They're doing it. And we are getting the 70 that we were allotted out into the field. So we're going to split them between the north and the south. So they're getting put out there.
Okay, thank you.
Administrator Lefevre, this is Deputy Director Getter, for the record. I'd like to add something. I was recently at a conference with other state correctional leaders, and 2 of these states presented their findings or how they introduced camera systems into their correctional departments. And there were 2 different approaches. One was a fixed camera system, and the other was body cameras, or in the combination thereof. And after the conference, I got with both of those presenters, and I asked the state that had implemented the body cameras predominantly, if they saw a reduction in the number of spontaneous uses of force after they had added the body cameras. And the true answer was not really. The reason is that body cameras are activated 30 seconds after the ensuing event. And then you get the body camera footage and the audio back 30 seconds, and then the footage of the incident that then developed. With a fixed camera system, you get what happened 10 minutes or 2 hours or 2 days before that incident that can lead to that offense, that incident erupting later on. The state that had, my experience at Ely State Prison supported that. We saw a 5-fold decrease in the amount of spontaneous uses of forces that happened at that institution after we added the camera system. The other state that had predominantly put in fixed camera systems had found that to be true as well. Not as dramatic as we saw, but true as well. In addition, I asked about grievances from inmates. Inmates complaining that they didn't get a particular service, for instance. I didn't get fed today. You can go back on a fixed camera system and prove that that did or did not happen, but not so much on body cameras. The best result is a combination of the two, and that is what we're going to try to achieve. But the fixed camera system, if you're going to get the bang for your buck, that's where the expense really lies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, I'm going to piggyback on that too. I arrived in December of 2019. In February, we started dealing with COVID, watching it and working with our medical staff. But I will tell you what, in January, I launched an investigation on where are those cameras. I heard we had them, where are they? No one seemed to know. I met with my Inspector General, and I had him work with the AG's office to some extent, and I needed to figure out what happened because as far as I'm concerned, that's malpractice in the arena of corrections. So yes, you were right in questioning that. I'm still incensed all this time later that my staff have had to go without when it was something we could have easily rectified if people, for the most part, straightforward with what happened. So yes, I share in that, but I'm a full participant in anything and everything to do with security, surveillance, technology. I'm a full participant. Your director today is 100% all in on that. But I do thank you for bringing that up. I'm still hot. Thank you.
Looks like we don't have any questions. We appreciate your presentations, all of you. Thank you for your time and your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate you.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Well, thank you for your patience this afternoon, and welcome Department of Motor Vehicles. We look forward to your presentation, and just as a reminder, if you'd please state your names before you speak, so we get them for the record. We'd appreciate that. Thank you. And you can go ahead and present all your projects, and then we'll save questions for the end. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Hand and members of the State Public Works Board. For the record, I am Tanya Laney, Deputy Director of the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles. And today we're here to discuss with you our 2023 capital improvement projects. The DMV summary list of projects in Las Vegas, we have 3 that are on the list for request. One of them, the construction of the Silverado Ranch facility, upgrade to Flamingo Warehouse air conditioning, construct a secure parking area for state-owned vehicles, and then in Carson City, we have 2, remodel of the customer counter millwork and install of exterior self-service kiosk, and install license plate factory emergency generator. And first up is the construction of the Silverado Ranch facility. This project is the continuation of 21 P06 for the construction of a full-service DMV facility with a commercial driver's licenses facility on the property as well. Why is a new full-service facility needed? The Donovan CDL facility was constructed in 1995. Access for the major population base is poor. Customer and state employee safety is a concern at this location. We have a railroad that runs right behind the property, and we tend to see a transient homeless population that hop off the rail cars and oftentimes are found in the entryway of the Donovan facility, as you could see under the covered area there, often using that facility outside of the doors as their public restroom as well. The neighborhood is surrounded on 2 different sides by commercial properties. It's hard for law enforcement to see when they're doing drive-bys to check on state properties, and there's a lot of good hiding areas in there for different populations that we see frequenting that facility at this point in time. The building is showing its age, and all areas are requiring a complete overhaul at this point. The third-party program office received additional staffing in October of 2019. The equipment and furniture for the additional employees needed for the third-party program office overcrowded the area, eliminating the full potential that we have of the 40-hour certification classes that we have. The typical class size has between 6 to 8 attendees, and both FMCSA and AMVA directives mandate all third-party participants to successfully pass this certification class that we offer at the DMV, and we are the only entity that offers this class. Having adequate room to administer classroom training is a crucial requirement that we would meet with this new building. Some of the problem areas of Donovan, there's some pictures there. You can see the outdated restroom training facilities. The little break area right there outside the door is not secure. It's open to the public, and that's the only area that the staff have to take their breaks during the day. And then the office space there is extremely crowded. The Henderson facility, that's one of the offices that we're looking to replace with this new build. The biggest issue, there's a list that we'll go over, but the biggest issue really is parking at this facility. The facility has already outgrown the property. There is no ability to upsize this building or the parking areas that are in that building. And so it has a long list of ADA issues, the customer frustration, staff frustration with finding parking. The customer counters are not ADA compliant, and when they were built, there was less electronic equipment used by staff today, such as the scanners, eye machines, other things that we need for compliance to finish their transactions. Due to the customer lobby shape, customers cross over each other when navigating their way through the building, and other areas of the building, such as the restrooms, offices, lighting, architectural aesthetics, need extensive refurbishment at this point in time. And here's just a couple shots of the location showing the crowding that we have going on with our additional equipment in there. The UNLV Center for Business and Economic Research provided these statistics on Clark County's growth. The Clark County population when the Henderson DMV opened in 1997 was 1.1 million people. The projected population of Clark County in 2030 is 2.7 million, which is more than double the population when the building was first constructed. The Henderson office currently has 38 customer service windows with an average wait time of 54 minutes. The inability to swiftly serve this customer base is not only seen in the long lines and long wait times at the Henderson office, but is also seen by the increasingly large number of Las Vegas customers who travel to Mesquite, Pahrump, and Laughlin to try and conduct their business. The issue there is those buildings are only staffed to adequately serve the population of those rural communities. So oftentimes the customers travel out there and have to be turned away because we don't have the staff to serve them, and we ask them to go back to a DMV that's staffed better for the population of where they live. The continuing negative impact to our customer base is only going to worsen given the growth statistics mentioned in the previous slide. The current facility has 259 parking places for customers and staff to serve an average of 1,300 customers per day. 82 of those parking spaces are designated for the 122 staff that work at that facility. Our Administrative Services Division office is at capacity. The ASD staff will work in an office that will only accommodate 2 to the 3 staff that are at the facility, and they're in there shoulder to shoulder. This leads to delays at the end of the day, as it only allows 2 of the 3 staff members to assist 45 to 50 technicians at the end of a shift that are all trying to cash out their banks at the end of the day. And this increases overtime costs for the agency. The restroom facilities, employee restroom facilities consist of 1 women's restroom with 6 stalls and 1 men's restroom with 2 stalls and 1 urinal. These facilities are wholly inadequate to meet the needs of the staff, and I imagine you get the picture. Break room, the employee break room can accommodate no more than 12 staff at one time, and this was pre-COVID. As people were more sensitive to sitting on top of each other, it actually houses less than the 12. Appliances that are used in the facility, the electrical outlets would have to be rewired. The breaker constantly trips if the staff are trying to use a microwave or anything to heat up their lunch. Outside break area, the outside break area is available to DMV employees. Again, you saw the picture earlier, it's open to the public. Anybody can walk up and talk to the staff. They can't get away on their break from customer questions and concerns, and it doesn't give them the reprieve that our DMV staff greatly need when they have their few minutes of downtime in between dealing with customers all day. Parking, we talked a little bit about that already. With a total of 259 parking spaces available and 122 staff members and hundreds of customers at any given time, staff members often do not leave the building to enjoy their lunch breaks either because they're afraid that when they come back, they're not going to have a parking spot. If they do leave, when they come back, we often find that they get back late because they're circling, waiting for a customer to leave before they can find a place to park and come back to work. So we have the issue twofold. They take their break outside, they get interrupted by customers, they leave, they don't have anywhere to park when they return. And that's all within their allotted 1-hour lunch break. We've actually, due to staffing issues, like a lot of other state agencies right now, a lot of our staff are volunteering to work overtime and only have a 30-minute break. So that leads to further issues with not having adequate space for that number of staff to be on premise to take a break, as well as no area for them to really get that relief. Coupling this challenge with the lack of adequate break room space, again, the staff are left with very little accommodations to enjoy those breaks. The Donovan office currently has 9 customer service windows and 3 information desks. 2 of the windows serve motor carrier customers, and the inability to swiftly serve CDL customers creates long lines and additional wait times at our CDL facility as well. Restrooms in this building, employee restroom facilities consist of 2 single restrooms which are shared by both men and women. This is unacceptable and leaves the state liable for any inappropriate actions which may occur. The break room at this facility, the employee break room needs refurbishment and is original to the building. It has 2 tables with 6 chairs to serve the entire office. Again, that's pre-COVID. If you cram the 6 in there, they might fit, but again, people being sensitive to each other's space, not quite 6 at this point in time. The outside break area in this building as well consists of 2 picnic benches which are out in the open, and adjacent to the building's staff entrance, security is lacking for employees and they're unable to distance themselves from customers and then the vagrant population that come from the train tracks right behind that open area. All right, it's time to meet the growing demand of the Clark County population, to reduce customer and employee frustration, and for a new Southern Nevada DMV Services Center. Combining the current DMV facilities in Henderson and the Donovan Commercial Driver's License Office into one new service center in the south for Las Vegas aligns with the governor's strategic plan of keeping Nevada strong. The new service center would help us provide excellent customer service, improve the efficiency of operations and service delivery, and help recruit and retrain a mission-ready workforce. And here we have an aerial view of a one-stop center that would reduce confusion and frustration while improving the customer experience. Okay, the location. It's on a 20-acre property leased through the State Lands Office from the federal BLM. Advanced planning and a schematic design were already completed by Tate Snyder Kimsey, or TSK. The plan was approved as part of CIP 11 EO4. This is not a general fund project. The location is not in a residential zone and is easily accessible via the I-15. Parking and access, we've touched on it a little bit already. The new service center will alleviate previous parking issues that were mentioned by providing approximately 350 parking spaces for customers and 134 spaces for employees and 23 spaces designated for disabled customers. Moving forward with the new South Las Vegas Service Center will increase the capacity at this facility from 38 to 60 service windows, allowing our customer wait times to be significantly reduced. A resulting direct benefit will not only be seen in the efficient service at the new Las Vegas office, but also far less customers traveling to the other offices in the southern rural communities that I mentioned earlier. Here's a couple pictures of the rendering of the new CDL customer lobby. A little bit more room than you saw in the previous images. This would have 14 CDL windows and 5 for our motor carrier as opposed to the 9 and 2 that we have in our existing Donovan facility. Next up on the list, we have the Flamingo Warehouse air conditioning upgrade. Why is an air conditioning upgrade needed? During the summer months, temperatures in the Flamingo Warehouse have become intolerable. In this space, we don't only have our warehouse staff working in there, but due to our running out of space in all of our facilities, we also have HR housed back in the warehouse. So you have them dealing with anywhere from 3 to 5 employees at a time that they're talking to, plus the staff that are out there, plus the warehouse staff, and in those hot working conditions, it's not a pleasant space for them. The existing swamp coolers are not decreasing the temperature to a level where it's comfortable, and then due to the humidifying effect of the evaporative coolers, stored archive materials are not being stored in ideal temperatures. The hotter temperatures are affecting the way DMV warehouse staff operate. There's a health concern with the buildup of mold in the coolers, and this project will improve the working environment for staff and help with employee retention. Next, we have our Carson City DMV customer counter remodel and exterior self-service kiosk installation. You can see our lovely dated color scheme that we have going on there in Carson City. The existing customer counters are not fully ADA compliant, and accommodation for those with accessibility needs must be provided in a different part of the lobby area. Technicians actually have to leave their service window and walk over to a blank space in the lobby if they can find one, and assist customers in a more accessible area. And there's not much room to do so in this location. The current casework is showing its age, with the Formica countertop diminishing in places. Sharp edges from the delaminating process has caused cuts to staff and customers. Existing countertops and drawers are falling apart and in need of constant repair. Drawer locks do not provide a secure cash handling environment, and they don't provide security for our license plate products. The countertops do not provide an adequate working distance between staff or enough space for the electronic equipment, as I mentioned earlier, in the other facility. And there are also security concerns with the lack of a barrier between the customers and the DMV technicians. Why are the Carson City upgrades needed? If you couldn't tell from the pictures about how dated they are, I'll go into a little more detail. The self-service kiosk inside the Carson City DMV has been moved several times in the customer lobby. We do this to try and keep the traffic flow appropriate for the location, also safety of security to be able to monitor the customers and the staff at the same time. I think we're on our 3rd move with that kiosk, and we still have not been able to accommodate it, and we're just out of room at this point. The size of the kiosk and the customers lining up create the traffic flow bottlenecks right in front of the main entrance where we have it currently. It's in the foyer area before you go into the main lobby, and the lines just run right into each other, so we're just simply out of room. We would like to install a different kind of kiosk, one that's external to the facility, like the one that we have in the new South Reno office, if you've seen that one. And then we have several in our Las Vegas offices that are also external, keeping the lines completely separate from the traffic inside the building. This CIP request is being submitted to construct a secure room in the main east wing vestibule, which backs into the customer-facing kiosk terminal. This room will require a lockable door, fire alarm detection, security camera, ventilation, lighting, electrical power, and data. The current kiosk is only available during normal business hours because it is in the facility, whereas if we had one that was accessible from the outside, that kiosk could be available 24 hours a day like our other kiosks that are outward-facing. Construct secure parking area for state-owned vehicles at the Flamingo DMV. I've heard from other agencies that we are not unique in the fact that we had a rash of catalytic converter thefts going on. There's an increase in vehicle vandalism and in addition to that theft. By having a secure place to park state vehicles, there will be less impact on agency operations. This project would construct a secure parking area for state-owned vehicles with security fencing, a paved parking pad, a secure badge access gate, EV charging points, and improved lighting. Install emergency generator at the Carson City License Plate Factory is next on our list. Why is a generator needed at the license plate factory? Well, there's a need for a 100 kilowatt standby generator to keep the statewide license plate factory production line operating because of the unstable utility power in the area, which is due to the solar panel array operating at the adjacent prison. There have been several instances where power outages have caused the early closure of the license plate factory, resulting in lost productivity, customer delays, and upset prison laborers. This project would ensure continuous operations for the license plate factory that is struggling to produce plates in a timely manner for the entire state. All right. That is all we have for you guys. I tried to make it short and sweet. I appreciate you having us at the end of the day for that reason, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Member hand for the record. What questions do we have? Laura?
Laura Freed for the record. Regarding the Silverado Ranch construction request, so it's 100% highway funded. Can you talk a little bit about, since this is a $105.9 million construction estimate, how does that affect the highway fund balance that you guys project?
For the record, Angela Smith. So the highway fund, the way that these projects work is they would bond out for a 20-year period. I understand it's a
Oh, it's a loan, okay.
Yes.
We're not just paying cash, just checking, okay. I was waiting, I was looking for the state funds line. Thank you very much.
Well, it looks like we don't have any other questions. But please don't run off because I have a question for you off the record. So, actually, I do have a question about the folks going out to rural areas, and so I guess if we live in Reno, is Carson City a rural area, or is somebody coming from Yerington to Carson City, going from rural to urban?
Great question. Now, Reno and Carson share resources as well as customer base, and we realize a lot of people work in Carson and live in Reno and vice versa. We're speaking more to the very rural offices such as Pahrump, Mesquite, Tonopah, Hawthorne. We have customers that will leave the Las Vegas area and drive out to those offices, or the Reno Carson area and drive out to those offices thinking that it'll be easier to be seen, that they'll get their services done faster because there's not as many people in those areas, not realizing that those offices are truly staffed for the population in that area. and honestly understaffed at this point, right? The staffing hasn't changed in any of these offices in a very long time. So they're overwhelmed with the population they already have, but the customers still have the perception that if they travel out there, there will be faster service. And that might have been true one day, but that's no longer true.
Thank you. If we don't have any other questions, thank you for your presentations.
Thank you so much for your time.
So the next item on our agenda is item 6, which is public comment. Do we have anybody? No? If we don't have any public comment, then the last agenda item for today is to recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Do you have a motion to do that?
Move to recess. This is Laura Free.
Peter Tiberti, I second that motion.
Great. And I guess I suspect we're not going to have any discussion, so we'll go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Yeah, aye. Okay. All right. Well, thank